program. It's literally called OBS, and it's for live streaming and recording platforms. So it allows you to connect to multiple feeds like YouTube and Rumble all at the same time. So most people go
Oh,
through
really?
like
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
There you go. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I could hear it.
It lapsed again. This sucks. Maybe I should pause it on here. All right. I think I figured it
Might be
out.
through Zoom, by the way.
I had to pause it on YouTube up there to keep it from doing that. Aha, it quit doing it. There we go. Yes, it's working now. No more lapsing.
All right.
Where in the heck is Travis and them?
They're teaching me a lesson.
Oh, but you sleeping? Let's see what's going on with it. How do I connect? Or do I just come upstairs to you, Travis? I'll be like, hurry! All right. Here they go, right here. Admit somebody else. They're the only ones with the password. I'll give you the introduction. Good morning, Autumn.
Good morning, Mr. Morrow.
Oh, there you go. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Getting ready to pack and finish up on my taxes when we get done with this. I'm just tickled pink about that one.
Oh,
that's right. I have to mail out my taxes too.
Hey, Amy.
My taxes.
You got till April 18th.
Yeah, I have to mail them a check for my company. Hi, Autumn.
Hi, beautiful.
All right. I'm going to give you all the introduction right quick of Amy.
We sit together.
I pulled you up.
Reverb.
You want to go inside?
Reverb.
I want to sit outside.
All right, I'm gonna do the introduction right quick. All right. This is Amy Holem. She's a digital forensic analysis U.S. Army veteran, founder of Amy's Audio and Acoustic Fingerprinting. Her work focuses on analyzing hidden signals, communications embedded in audio, video, and telecommunication systems to uncover digital activity and support investigations into cybercrime, hacking, and human trafficking networks. For those of you that are doubters of this, she's the real deal. I don't care what anybody says on Facebook. I don't care what anybody says in public. This lady is the real deal, and you will hear it from her right now. Amy, you have the floor. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, David. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
All right.
Tickled to have you on again.
It's fun to be back and fun to be back on these shows and do a couple interviews and broadcasts and stuff like that. I know I've been taking some time off for prepping for my surgery and stuff like that. You know, things with the VA system, the Veterans Affairs hospitals are not easy, especially when you're trying to get proper help and care. So everything takes forever with them. Even like getting appointments, you have to wait 3 months out. You have to get physical therapy prior to surgery. And so I'm finally able to sit back in front of a computer screen for more than like 2 hours. So it's been doing all right so far. So I've had some complications with my leg. my whole, after the surgery, because of the surgery, my whole right leg went numb. So it's all on the lateral positions, the three toes on the foot. My heel is completely numb. My calf is completely tight. So what I've been doing after the surgery, I've been like collapsing and falling. So, and that's not good because that could cause disc slippage when the fusion for the spine is actually healing with the laminectomy. So I've been trying to resolve that, get proper CT scans. I have a CT scan coming up Sunday that I have to do. And then for my doctor's appointment next week. And then I finally got approved for acupuncture. It was supposed to be massage therapy and acupuncture, but the VA doesn't like to help me properly. So obviously, right? So I just have acupuncture because massage therapy and acupuncture are really good to help with that blood flow. That way there's no permanent nerve damage in the end of that surgery. So where either I have to release fluid from the back. I have a huge fluid sac on my L5. That's about 2.2 to 5.5 centimeters large. So I think that is connecting with the incision and hitting the sciatica nerve, which is allowing my right leg to go numb for after the surgery. Back, think itself is healing fine. I'm just
Good.
starting to bend. I have one more week of physical therapy. So hopefully after like month 1 or 2, I'll be able to sit in front of a computer system longer and be able to get back to full-time work. So
Well, yeah, if you need a break or anything in here, just say something like if it's getting too tiresome for you, because I know how that is. I've got sciatica as well, but if you need a break or something, just tell us and then I'll pause it or whatever.
yeah, that's fine. I'm good for right now. Nothing that extra strength Tylenol can't help, right?
Right.
So that's what I've been doing for the last couple of months. Just prepping, taking away time for myself, making sure that I have everything prepped and organized properly for the surgery, and I'm trying to resolve this situation now. That way I could get back to 100%.
Well, you're coming along good so far.
I think so. I do a lot of walking. Still having issues with it collapsing because when you can't feel your foot, you buckle and you
Right.
collapse.
It feels like you're stepping off something.
Right. So I have a ramp coming in for my house. They're gonna install a ramp until, because we don't know if it's going to be permanent damage or not. And the longer the doctors wait, of course, the longer it's going to take. They don't want to admit to any medical malpractice, which it would be a medical
Hell no.
malpractice lawsuit. And since the VA hospital was the one that given the diagnosis for the back to the neurosurgeon, they probably followed their instructions and without doing proper research or double checking what really was going on and giving a proper diagnosis.
So the VA are they doing what they're supposed to be doing on this for you?
No, they're not. It's completely ridiculous what they do. They have me down as a behavioral issue as they're in their system. So I got pictures of that. And that's because they've screwed me over before. I mean, they almost murdered me with their lack of proper care, misdiagnoses, false diagnoses, of course, through the medical system. We got lots of different type of medical malpractice with them. For instance, I had to get a congressional order just to get x-rays and MRIs. And it took them over a
Wow.
year and a half to even put the x-rays and MRIs into their system and review them properly. And every time I came into the doctor's office with those discs, they're like, no, we have them on record. I'm like, well, will you show me them? Will you go over the results with me? They would never go over the results with me. And then yeah, it was just a hassle. And it wasn't until I got community care through them. So they've done a lot of stuff. I'm looking into a tort claim against them right now. So I'm going to be doing research on that, and I'll be suing the VA hospital afterwards. So I'm tired of it. I'm tired of their abuse, just like everybody else's. There's so much things through the medical facility that they do illegally. They cause problems and complications, their policies and procedures. And half of these people, even when you go to file a complaint through patient advocate, um, they don't do anything. It took me, I had to call the patient advocacy over 11 times to get a phone call back. And over the time of 3 months. So, like, I left a message 1 week. I never got a phone. And their policies are to call you back within 24 to 48 hours. So they're in violations, phone call violations, policy violations, which can be easily proven with phone call logs and records. So yeah, I called 1 week. I didn't get a phone call. I called another week, the next week, waited for my phone call. Called the third week, called twice in that week that time. The fourth week, I called twice again. And then so on and so forth. Then I started calling 3 times a week, 3 times a week, 3 times a week. And then finally, I just made phone calls like 15 times one day. And finally, somebody picked up, and then they started laughing on me over the phone. So yeah, the VA hospital is completely corrupt. They're never there to help people. I believe mainly they're there to destroy the veterans. And they just don't refuse to give anyone proper treatment or help at all. So it's just ridiculous what veterans have to go to. Their systems are so misconstrued. Nobody talks to anybody. They all put false notes and diagnoses on there. If they don't like you, they'll actually make it 10 times harder for you. They continually lie and say they put things into the system for you, and they don't. They'll lie to your face, and then
Wow.
you call the records department to verify that the nurse put in the records like she was supposed to, and it was never entered into the system. So
I've heard
yeah,
a lot of veterans. I've heard a lot of veterans saying the same thing you're saying. Not as much as what they put you through, obviously, but good Lord, you would think they would treat our people that served our country a little bit better than that and ahead of everybody. You know.
right. And technically, and this is another thing for veterans too, my VA hospital is 2 hours away from me. So it's 2 hour there and 2 hour back that I have to travel each time, which is equals to like a 4 hour drive. And so they're supposed to also pay you for your travel expenses back and forth to the hospital, or they're supposed to come and pick you as well. And you could set that up through the hospital. And if you don't have a ride, if you don't have a car, if you're not if special services and things like that, they're supposed to come and pick you up for your appointment. But they give people hassle and veterans hassle about even refunding them their money and their gas, because you're supposed to get paid travel expenses. A lot of veterans don't take advantage of that. So it's always nice in the mail when you see like a $32, $64 check in the mail just because you had a doctor's appointment. And since they like to cancel doctor's appointments all the time on me and have to reschedule them out, it's ridiculous, literally ridiculous what a person has to go through. It's really a shame. And the hospital that I go to is a DOD it's a DOD hospital. There's two different types of veteran hospitals. And every single hospital that I've ever been to is a DOD owned hospital. It's not state owned, it's DOD owned, which means the Department of Defense controls what goes on throughout that whole entire hospital.
I guess that changes things up a bit.
It does, especially if they're doing human experiments on different veterans, different shots. Even the doctors themselves complain to me. And I was just trying to get a pair of glasses or fix it because my arm broke. And the guy pulled out a little piece of plastic in a hot tube. And so you just melt it on so your arm could stay straight. And so he's like, yeah, I've been telling the VA and putting in orders for just small little plastic bands that could be melted around your glasses. It doesn't hurt or harm anything. And until they could get a new pair. And they're like, I put in a work order 11 times. They still haven't approved it and they deny proving it. Even doctors can't request certain materials for specific victims or certain people, and they continually deny the orders. So everything has to get approved through the DOD in order to get help, even with the community care. So even if you go outside through a community care specialist, you have DOD has to approve every single bill and say, yes, she could get this. Yes, he could get that. No, we deny this. Make sure they get this, and done. So they continually delay proper treatment in channels for the VA's hospitals. It's just disgusting how they treat them. I swear, the DOD hospital in Orlando, Florida, the VA hospital, is only there to kill veterans. They're not there to help veterans at all. They gaslight people all the time. They threatened to arrest my mother in there. Just because I wasn't given a walker after my surgery, and I was trying to and I was deemed a high fall risk. So after that, I was, because of the foot going numb, right? So I'm a fall risk. A high fall risk. I fall into walls, I collapse myself, I have to catch myself and things of that nature. So I kind of need something for stability, whether it's a walker, whether it's a rollator, whether it's a cane, even. So I'll probably have to focus more on the cane aspects when my back heals a little bit more. Maybe I won't need the ramp as much. But they want to even, with 4 doctor's orders, not only from my neurosurgeon, not only from my primary care doctor, not only from the occupational therapist and the physical therapist, they all told me I needed a specific one. And so my primary care doctor, she did what she did. She put in the order. And so I went to physical therapy to pick up the device. And Lawrence Ultra, he's so rude and disrespectful, wouldn't even give me the evaluation for that device. even with 4 people. I even put him on the phone with the doctor, and he still was denying to give me the proper products on there. And then when my mom got mad and I could see that she was upset, she's like, this is my daughter, and you're trying to disregard everything. You're not doing your job. You're not evaluating her for the right equipment, and you're supposed to do it. And he's like, I'll call the cops on you. I don't want to give it to her. And so I was like, he's like, you better behave. And so she was like, I'll behave. And it was just utterly disrespectful. Turns out when I filed a complaint with him through patient advocacy, um, yeah, I did. He's the supervisor. So nothing's ever going to be done. They told the supervisor, Lawrence Ultra, to give me a call back. I will put him on flash right now. I will put him like he was supposed to call me and apologize. This man couldn't even call me to apologize for his behavior and action. His first words to me was, I heard I gave you the wrong equipment. Well, yeah, you did. And finally, we had to push you to give me the right equipment. You weren't doing your job properly. And then you know how all doctors do, they gaslight you. He's like, well, I'm going to hang up because you have anger issues. I'm like, this is my voice. Stop gaslighting people. You should be apologizing for your actions. Well, she deserved it. I'm like, she did not deserve it. This guy does not care for anybody. And it's so funny because occupational therapy, when they called me or when I talked to them on the phone, they're like, Lawrence Ultra, we used to work with him. He was one of the nicest people. And I'm like, well, he's not nice anymore. I'm like, I mean, it's not that I don't believe him, but for him to be that type of way and gaslight, and that's what all doctors do right now. All they do is gaslight people, put people in tough situations, and I'm not a robot. I'm not going to sit back. I'm not going to argue with you. If you want something done, you have to go out and do it yourself. So now I have to file additional congressional orders. And I did find out some important information because they're refusing to give me even the records department, trying to get records just for increasing the disability or portions of the disability. Try to always go to outside services, never hire a lawyer. If you're a US Army veteran and talking about your disability, go get them for every single cent that you possibly can, because that money is specifically there for you. It doesn't matter. It's sitting in an account waiting just for veterans. And so you need to go out there and get your disability and get paid whatever it is you deserve. Even if you were a rape victim, even if you had a miscarriage in the military, forms of tinnitus in the military, sleep apnea, you could go in and get back and neck. You could claim tinnitus. You could claim bruises on your body, scars on your body, if you had any surgeries on your body. So I've been fighting for disability since 2007, I think. And you could actually refile every single year. If you wait that 365 years, this is how the back date works too. If, let's say, you open up a case back in um, uh, you got out in 2026 as a military soldier and you're just now becoming a veteran, you could file for disability. Even if they deny your claim, you have 365 days to file again for the next year. So you would want to refile every single year, every single time that they deny you. So when it finally comes to pass and you're able to get that disability, you have, and let's say it's 2030, right? So you're filing in 2026, it's finally 2030, you finally got your approval for your VA benefits. They will have to pay you all the way for 12 months, all the way to that 2026 position.
Back pay for all that.
But if you let it lapse and refile,
it starts over, right?
It starts over again. So that's how that back pay works. So
that's how they get out of all that shit.
Right. And that's how they screw
Loophole.
over veterans and deny them disability and things of that nature. So I've been kind of more taking care of myself on that side and that branch. Like I said, I'm looking into court claims right now against the VA for attempted murder. I'm going to press attempted murder charges on the VA hospital as well. So
that's unbelievable how they just truck around and do that shit to the vets.
Right.
People PTSD. Then you got targeted people that are going around the country, driving all the way around, wasting gas, going to VA hospital to VA hospital, and it blows my mind. I thought we were supposed to be cleaning this up. You're supposed to be taking care of these people, you and others. Like, this is ridiculous.
That's where our congressional leaders fail, is because they're not taking care of the American people. They really are denying people their rights, their human rights to live. And they keep taking funds away from the veterans. And matter of fact, they were just stripping the veterans of their disability. Some veterans are getting stripped and denied it, and they're removing certain portions of it. So, and their disability checks are decreasing. So they're actually in the House right now. I believe it passed 2 months ago. It finally got authorized, and they lowered veterans' disability pay across the whole entire board. Yeah.
How did they get? What's the process to how they get away with that? To close all these loopholes doing that shit, to rip people off. I mean, I can't even fathom how they do that.
Closing off the loopholes, it all has to deal with, once again, I believe it all has to deal with the illegal funds, the grants, the organizations, the accounting from our politicians. They're the ones that approve it. The DOD has special money allotted for it, yes, but if they don't like certain things, they'll have Congress push out laws for them. They protect. If you really think about it, the Department of Defense, their last audit, they were over $8 trillion in debt. They couldn't even pass an audit. They didn't pass an audit in 2020. They didn't pass an audit in 2018. I believe for the last 6 to 8 years, the Department of Defense can't even pass their audit. They're missing over $8 trillion in funds that they cannot account for. It's all part of their child human sex trafficking operations and their human research projects. Like part of the project that I'm on is their Army research projects. So I've been able to find evidence all the way up to that section through paper trails and things like that and documentation, but I can't get anything else. I have to file a congressional order in order to gain access into the National Archives. And this is part of where the veterans also have to do it, because not all, depending on how old you are or how long ago you were in service, like people in World War II, veterans, before even 9/11, there weren't data centers. More things are digital now. Everything was done by paperwork.
Right.
So
So
Amy, does that explain why people like my friend in San Diego that's 82 years old and a Vietnam vet is having the literal microwave effect with the V2K and has had so many health problems, and it seems like every single time he goes in, it's just another, you know, day. And these people are afraid to even mention that they're hearing the voices,
mhm,
but you and I both know what it is.
right, it's part of the
What gives them and his story is so interesting because when he was in Vietnam, he literally spent time in a Vietnam prison because for carrying a firearm he wasn't supposed to have.
he's
And
a POW,
no,
or is it in
no,
the
he
US
what
military,
he
or
did
is he a veteran? Like, was he in a POW camp?
what he did was he served in Vietnam with the army first. And then when he came back to the United States, he went back as a civilian with the DOD to Vietnam. And he had his daughter downstairs and looked up and saw some Vietnamese soldiers coming towards him and trying to break into in the bottom of the place where he was living. And he took a firearm and fired at them and shot one of them in the leg.
Oh, wow.
And he went to prison for 4 months for that. And then when it was, and he told me his whole story, and it's amazing. He's 82 years old and has V2K being used on him every single day of his life. And absolute sweetest man in the world. But when he came back to the United States afterwards, they literally had to like smuggle him back into the United States when he left Vietnam, because and he came back with a Vietnamese wife. And he the V2K just started on him a couple of years ago. And he's 82 years old now and living with this, and he's been through cancer, he's been through Agent Orange, he's been through all of it. And I'm like, what give and yet when he's literally afraid to go to the VA and say that he's hearing the voices
Yeah,
because they'll play the mental health card.
exactly. They will.
And
Hmm.
he has
Dementia.
he has full
Oh,
benefits.
dementia, early
Yeah,
Alzheimer's.
and they've
Hmm.
already, and they've got him on so many pills every day, gabapentin. They've got, all these testing. If you
Well,
saw the list of medications, it's ridiculous.
gabapentin is just an anti-inflammatory.
Yeah, but I mean, down to
It's like your
heart.
ibuprofen.
Yeah, but you get your heart medications, you get your beta blockers, you get your this, you get your that.
Right.
And I've seen him on days, and he's had falls lately, and they're trying to, it's really, really sad. I see it daily and I'm like, oh my God, and this is somebody I'm around every single day.
Tell them to go for disability.
Yeah.
Honestly, to tell you the truth, because of all of the chemicals, does he have that Agent Orange?
Hmm.
There does he get disability? I believe it's something that you have to go through the disability office through. It's a specific claim and file number.
Right.
And all he does is have to fill that paperwork out. And then I believe it's a one-time payment of like $100,000. And he should get it because it was an actual lawsuit.
Right.
So
Well, you know
there's a
what's so
difference
sad too.
between disability aspect and like lawsuit disability.
Hmm.
So he can file under that specific lawsuit and get that money for while he was over in Vietnam.
Yeah, and you know what the thing is that's so sad? The person that I stay with in San Diego as well, after she started seeing him, um, all of a sudden she started saying that she was having pain in her private parts, in her hoo-hoo, as she calls it. And that's something that she'd never experienced before. And certain like health problems and stuff. And I was like, damn it. They're targeting her because she's in a relationship with him, you know? And or around me, one of the two. I wasn't quite sure what it was, but there's absolutely that's like ESA. And that is absolutely, when somebody looks at you that's 77 years old, that's been through what she's been through too, and says, I don't understand that I'm getting like this electrical shock going up my leg, but it ends up in my hoo-hoo. I'm like, oh my God.
You have to understand something. A lot of people probably don't know this because they're always led false information, and
Right.
especially by other people, listening to other people's stories. Um, a lot of the targeting, almost everybody in the world is targeted. Since 2025, it was the plan
Mhm.
even from NASA.
Right.
And you could go on their website and even look at their presentations and stuff like this on it. Everybody, everything, every living organism, every water, every animal on the whole entire planet, every single food supply, every single insect is infected. There is not one person that is not targeted. Currently, at this time, they are enrolling all police officers into the targeting system database as soon as they retire from their police jobs or as soon as they leave the police department and no longer work for them. Veterans are now all military soldiers who become a veteran are entered in through the VA hospitals and will be human experimented on. Most of this is all done now and authorized with approval through the pharmaceutical companies in alliance with our congressional leaders and our senators. And because they're their lobbyists and they protect big pharma,
Hmm.
and so everything is underneath medical research centers right now.
So that's the hidden umbrella that protects them from all this, right? The possible deniability and everything, so they can carry out what they're doing.
Right. And so they can easily carry out what they're doing. And that's where all the gaslighting, the uneducation from the nurses, the doctors, there's no manuals on it. They don't talk about AI systems getting entered into the department. It's all controlled on those aspects. Um, so be careful if you're a new veteran. Be careful if you're like 15, 16 years old, because if you decide to join the US military, you are their government property. They will never let you go, and you will always be experimented on, and they will do stuff to you in order to hurt and harm you. They don't care about your life. You are just nothing but a number to them. Even
Is
all
that when you're lined up like I met a young man last year or year before last here in Austin, Texas that was from North Carolina, and he just joined Fort Hood, and he was kind of scared at that time when I talked to him, and we talked a lot. And he's like, "Hey, can I have a cigarette?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "Where are you from?" He said, "North Carolina." He said, "I came back because," he said, "I enlisted at Fort Hood." And I asked him, I said, "Let me ask you something." I said, "When you went to Fort Hood, how many vaccinations did you have to take?" He said, 22.
Mhm.
That's
Uh,
experimenting on him.
yeah,
Whoa.
we were lined up like guinea pigs,
Yeah. And it's just
given
like bam,
shot.
bam,
They
bam, bam,
would,
bam, bam, bam.
right, doctors and orders with the vaccine. They go to one person, throw it out, and then go to the next one, and then they continue down that line. And it's one shot after another. Even anthrax shots. I had to get 11 shots of anthrax, and that's never even been tested on the soldiers and stuff when anthrax was huge during 9/11. But I believe that was all a facade. Most of that falls under like the different drug aspects, like fentanyl. You don't hear about anthrax anymore, do you? It's where
No.
are those chemicals? Where's that still in the news and the warfare? Oh, it dissipated.
Well,
So
you
yeah.
got to realize too that when they give you a vaccine, they're in fact giving you what they're saying that they're inoculizing you for. And this is the same thing that I told you that I'd found out about with HIV and everything else back in the 90s. And it just floored me. I was horrified, you know. But the thing is, to have a soldier that was 21 years old, handsome cowboy standing there telling me, when I asked him, I said, "How many?" He said, "Well, they just came along." He said, "Lined us up." He said, "I took 22 my first week there," and I was like, "Wow."
Hmm.
So he
Yeah,
became a human experiment. He became property of the United States government.
that's right. And we all had to go through it. Even I had to go through it. I had about that many types of shots too. I was just saying, I just had 11 shots of just that anthrax shot. So that's um if when we go overseas. we need those types of shots. So that was part of the regimen, if that
So
makes
it's it's
part
just
of the
it's the
22.
same as when a child is born and they have their vaccine schedule. You know, I fought with my only daughter and had to file legal paperwork to where she didn't take vaccinations because of what I already knew about vaccinations. And then her non-biological father forced her into taking the vaccines anyways, everything. And when I had my slight nervous breakdown when they tried to coerce me, you know, into suicide in Dallas, Texas. And but I had fought tooth and nail and filed legal paperwork to where she would not have to have the vaccinations to go to public school because I knew what they were. And I think it's, you know, coming out so publicly right now that they're not necessary. It's just not necessary. I mean, I love the anti-vax movement. I love the fact that people stand up on their own feet, but I mean, COVID was a stage play. It was a huge show. And that's when we saw all these cell towers going up. And when I've looked into it so far as you have, Amy, you go and you see that none of those existed before COVID. You didn't see them anywhere. Payphones became obsolete. Um,
Mhm.
I would love to go back to the 80s and have a dial phone and not have a cell phone that manipulates and can read your mind and use technology against you the way that you and I both know it does. Like me looking into this camera right now, uh, not only affected my eyes, my health, everything else. Being a targeted individual, the way that I was, as you know, I've had radiation poisoning. Um, I only took one of the vaccines, and that was the Johnson and Johnson. But look at how many people have died of heart disease, of sudden death, of whatever it may be, because they're able to be manipulated through those vaccines that were given to them. And it makes me so sad. And I think that there's going to be an influx of disease. I think there's going to be an influx of people not even realizing that they've been under mind control because everybody's going to be. And it's you know, the way the future was planned. And it makes me so sad. And I think you're so amazing. And I hate the fact that anybody ever tried to ever say that you didn't know what you were doing or take credit for your work, because you're the most amazing person I've ever known and one of the best friends I have on the planet right now. I love you so much.
Aw, that's really sweet,
Me
Holem.
too. Doing a hell of a job
She is. She's
on
amazing,
purpose.
honey. And you know what? You should have heard when she was on the other day. She did a little one of her voice analysis, one of her audio analysis for me and John Flynn. And she was going through, and at the end of it, she goes, "Oh my God, these people are evil that are after you, Autumn. They're targeting your legs," and she said, "and they're sexual deviants." I said, "Yes, they are," and I listen to them every day.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
an
I
I
evil.
would
capture a
love
lot
to.
of communications on sexual assaults. You have
Yeah.
to understand, when I analyze these audios and videos, I know what they're doing to you. I know, I hear their attacks, I hear their sounds, their deployments, I hear the weapon systems. So when they're like hit target or hit ankle, you know they're aligning that weapon system and getting ready to attack. And when they're like hit the button and you could hear that machine uh, go up or warm up and then
And
fire
I felt it.
and then hit that person. Um, yeah, so it's really disgusting what they do. And I know your guys' pain because I hear it all the time whenever I help a person out. So if they're raping you, if they're molesting you, if they're burning you, I hear all of that. I know what spots of your body they're located at. I could if they're hitting your heart, if they're hitting your foot, if they're hitting your eyes, Autumn.
Yeah, they
I
hit
believe
they
there was some
and she
information
was
in
right
there
on
about your
target, David.
eyes.
She told me, she said I can hear your heartbeat. I hear them hitting your heart. You know, Amy, I
Hear
can't even
people's
swallow anymore
heartbeats
and hold
inside
food
of their
down.
body.
Yeah, and yesterday, as a matter of fact, I contacted Dr. Aimee because they were hitting my right eye. As you see how my right eye looks now, they were hitting my right eye even harder, and I could feel like the throb behind it, like boom, boom, boom. And you know, he retuned my frequency to a safe level. And he's like, he said, I can see them hitting your leg too, Autumn. He said, this is bad. He said, this is really bad. And I said, it's okay. I'm still here. You know, I'm getting more and more crippled, but you know what? Spiritually, I am soaring because I love God and Jesus Christ is my savior. And I will never step down from that.
I
Amen.
think what Dr. Amen could do through psychosis or not telepathy is kind of amazing, and the different fun features that he could play off with and stuff like that with the frequencies. So
Yes.
a lot of people are talented in different areas. And, you know, it's not through collaboration and working together that we resolve the issue. We find out who these criminals are, where they're at, whether they belong to DOD contracts or the US military. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is just a local area group of radio enthusiasts that are harassing the person.
And satanic in nature. You know what?
Some are
Hey, David,
Yes,
the
very
most
much.
amazing thing was when I was sitting right in front of Aimee, literally on the couch, same couch she was sitting on, and I looked at her, and she looked at me, and she had her headphones on, and my B2K was talking through, and she said, okay, she said, Autumn, she said, they say that they're connected to a human trafficking group and they're charging $50 to traffic you, and they're trying to break into my group, and they said that it's 950, and then they said, no, we don't fuck with Holem. Just like that. And then they said, and
Wow.
then they said, and I'm sitting there and they go, oh, they say that you're a meth head, Autumn. And I'm like, a meth head? I said, I haven't been around drugs in over 7 years. You know, what the hell are they talking about? And she said, they're trafficking you as a meth head. And then they said, and then they were congratulating each other on being the ones that had sex trafficked a little boy that she and I have also been involved in, him and his mother's life, saying that they caused him to masturbate in front of his mother.
Yeah.
And I just had every hair on my body go straight up. I was like, what? And then I was like, you know what? And this
Can you
is
do
all
me
connected with
sometime?
a group in Texas
I can
and
do you.
everywhere else. And I'm
I
like,
can
oh,
do
these
you.
people are sick. Oh, this was with me sitting right in front of her.
Mine. Wow. Just hearing that, I've been like, this is for years on end. There's no telling what you're gonna pull from mine. I'm just curious of it because it's kind of scary to even think about it because it's completely demonic. It's the sky's the limit on what it's going to be, but there's a lot of people that are involved and a lot of groups, and it goes from police departments, it goes to private people, it goes to like actual like clubs, gang members, all anything that they could reel in to get rid of me at one point in time. But I don't want to go into all that. They can watch the YouTube channel. I've lived it. But if you could please do that for me at some point when you're feeling better and dig up what I got going
There
on.
is nobody better to do it, and she digs it all up. And you know what makes me laugh so hard, David and Aimee, is I remember back in 2019 and 2020, they had me going around the neighborhood, walking around the neighborhood, ringing people's doors, telling me people were in certain people's houses. I was under complete mind control. This is during my suicide attempts. And literally, when Rob Montez came and saved me and brought me to Austin, Texas, and got me away from Dallas, which is where the demonic entities live. Um, I was here, and they had coerced me into going to a Toyota dealership. They're like, go to the Toyota dealership. Char's going to buy you a car. And that, excuse me for mentioning his name, but that's my half brother I don't speak to anymore. And I went there and literally blind had Rob drive a car, drive a Toyota truck, had me sign up and send and do all the paperwork on it and send it to my half brother, while under mind control that this was going to happen. This is how until I got my grounding, got my feet under me, and found Jesus Christ as my Savior, and found and figured out that this was all V2K, that this was all being targeted. I didn't understand what the hell was going on. I had literally gone through them coercing me into drinking antifreeze, into literally shooting up meth, trying to kill myself, and ended up floating in a pool upside down with a man that swore that he was at work the whole time, and he wasn't even at work because it was during COVID. There was a complete mandated shutdown. They were sitting there doing this to me while I was alone in the house. You want to talk about demonic entities? These people are evil.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I would never have known that about Autumn. Like, I didn't know about her drug addiction from over 20 years ago,
Yeah.
and when this first started or things like that. So that's where I picked up that information that they're calling her a meth head.
Yeah.
See, a lot of the through the Biden administration, if you remember with Hunter Biden, they were putting they're putting
Mm-hmm.
certain chemicals inside of the drugs. While the Biden administration approved medical facilities for meth addicts specifically, they were providing, you saw those little packets that they were giving, they were providing pipes for them, they were providing
Yep.
meth for them,
Right.
they're providing a safe area for those people to do drugs. And they provide counselors and things of that nature.
What
So
those
that
people
was
don't
all
even realize is
pre-approved.
what they're putting in that crap now is going to be able to manipulate people and control them.
And that's the whole aspect. It's all, that's why I'm saying that everything is under medical research projects right now, because the government is controlling the market and then giving those drugs back out to the people, like your medical marijuana, right? Those are government contracted, and they're also controlled by our governors, our senators, they're state approved, the State Department. They have nonprofit organizations involved with it. Like, for instance, here in Florida, the reason they passed medical marijuana, but they refused to pass it illegally for the drug industry. And the only reason I keep up on this stuff is so I kind of know what the government is doing with that drug supply. And that information kind of matches the information I collect analyzing audios and videos too, through the trafficking operations and things like that. Well, the only reason that Governor DeSantis won't pass that bill by looking into it is his wife is a part of the board member for the medical marijuana facilities. So if they pass it on a legal basis, she loses all her nonprofit funding and her
Yep.
grants from the State Department that she's
It's
getting paid
crazy.
additionally from. And so she could control the whole entire network on that medical pharmaceutical side. And like I said, they're bankrolling and they're making that money. And so this is obvious. DeSantis's last year, I think he's doing a great job. I mean, there are some things like that that could be considered fraud. I mean, when you put your wife or these politicians in general, and this is where that whole Doge thing comes into play, right? Looking for these frauds in Michigan with the Somalians, or attacking the Ayatollahs. That whole fraud is embedded in every single person of our congressional leaders, whether it's their wife, their kids are getting subsidies, their kids are getting CEO positions on their lobbyist board members. If you don't think Trump that is getting those benefits too, think about his kids. His kids are out of college and things like that right now. I believe his youngest one is at. They've already got CEO board positions in tons of different other departments and so forth. So it's absolutely ridiculous where
Hell.
this fraud comes into play. And it's just kind of disgusting, and how the government is controlling all aspects of that drug. And that's how they label you, right? Because just like they
Mm-hmm.
label Autumn, or they call the person a pedophile, or they call you a drug user, and that's part of that voice to skull technology in order to discredit you, to defame your character, in order to put you into a state of depression. And it's not true. That is not who you are. And there are ways to rise above it and actually start manipulating that voice to skull technology. You just need to know how to tune in. And if you know anything about music and acoustics and sounds and resonance and
Acoustical
artificial
therapy is
intelligence.
amazing. And you know what? That's something that Brandon Iglesias has been teaching me a little bit about too, is the frequency, using the different frequencies to calm my, so does Dr. Amen. But you know, the thing that's so interesting about when we're talking about the V2K is back in 2018, when they started this V2K on me, they were using the voice of the woman that was in the accident with me that was killed, Amy Pallister. And her voice talking to me, my dead father's voice talking to me, the voice of a man that's not dead right now, so I can't really mention his name, but that had impregnated me when I was very young. And I ended that pregnancy. You know, they were literally persecuting me for it, saying, "Oh yeah, but there's somebody up here in heaven from all the cocaine you were using back then. Woohoo, we got this person in our family now up here with my father's voice, my mother's voice." It was so demonic and evil, you know, trying to get me to commit suicide. And that's the ultimate goal, is to have somebody kill themselves.
Right.
And thank
Wow.
God that I found myself. I was able to get myself grounded, but it continued and it never stopped. And as you know, I'm an advocate to so many people, Amy, around the world. I work every single day with people. I'm working with the Vine sisters now, who are amazing with what we're doing. And
Yeah, I want to
I
learn.
don't know if you've
I
heard
wanted
yet.
you to talk more about that panic button that you and the Vine
Yeah,
sisters
we
created
are.
to help the
Yeah,
community out.
we have. Well, Sarah Martinez is amazing, and she's been working on this for so long. And her entire focus has been to give women a safe place to where they can have the buddy system, to where they can have a panic, you know, if they need somebody to go somewhere with them. But the panic button is a huge thing, because if they feel like if you feel like you are being uh, electronically sexually assaulted, if you feel like you are being stalked, if you are whatever it may be, there's a panic button. You hit that panic button, everybody's going to know it. And that's not something that anybody else has devised. Nobody. Because the targeted individual community just don't matter. And this is not just the targeted women. This is women that have gone through narcissistic abuse, through coercive control, through what many parts of the program, whatever it may be. And I talk to people on a daily basis that are scared to death, isolated, afraid to come out of their houses, and not just in the United States, all around the world. So now what we're trying to get Travis and a few others to do is to start the men's version of that and have Shepherds of the Vine. So they're going to have the same thing, because I mean it happens to men too, but women are more targeted than men are, as you well know. As you well know, there's more
So
women.
why can't you allow the men to sign up and register with the same panic button as the females?
That's what we're going to do, and we're working on getting that going too. And Sarah Martinez
But
is
why
the
the
most amazing
difference?
person. Yeah,
Why can't they just sign up for the same
coincide. Right.
feature?
We're
Yeah.
gonna try to work something out there. It's gonna work out beautifully. But we've gotten such a outpouring of support from people. It is faith based. I have prayed with more people, um, and the fact that I see what it's done to people's lives, even blind, I do. They have tried to snuff me out for years, honey, for years. But I'm not gonna let it happen. I will show up on a walker. I don't care. I'll be there.
Yeah, I was
Um,
praying with
Sister
one
Letty.
last, yeah,
Yeah,
sister Letty last week actually. So it was always great to talk to her with on the phone.
she is awesome. She is awesome. I'm so thankful that I came across Sarah Martinez and Sister Letty, and that they asked me to be on their board. And now we're getting this thing going and rolling. And the She Vault is amazing. Now we're gonna have the He Vault and the She Vault. You know, it's gonna work out beautifully, and it's gonna save a lot of people's lives. That's what the important thing is.
Do you know what type of data it's collecting at all? Other
I,
than like addresses,
you
information,
need, you know
location?
me, honey. I can't see past my nose hardly. I gotta have the phone right up here. But you know, Sarah's the one to talk to about that. But it is the most amazing movement, and it's not a feminism movement. It was just, you know, the we even have already we have 2 people in there that are under 18, so we're going to start one for children too. That are finally able to come out and talk about what's happening to them and not have the mental health card played on. And I know
But
a lot of kids.
why can't all people just sign up for the same one? Why are you separating them and keeping a
I think that
male
we
and a
started
kid
out
one?
as the She Vault because we were a group of women that came together to do this, and I think it's going to work out to where it's all going to come together and form a huge network of amazing people. And I, as a matter of fact, Sarah just mentioned that she wanted to get you and Dr. Aimee and a few others on a call all together on a Zoom. And David, you're going to be invited to that too, so that we can all discuss, what the future is. But she's made so much headway, and she is amazing. I love her, GI Jane.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
really do.
yeah. Well,
She
Letty's
is GI
amazing
Jane.
person.
She's a
Everybody
fantastic
fights.
person. And she's she's been through it through her whole lifetime, and God bless her. She's an amazing warrior. She really is. You are too, Amy.
I'm
You
not a
are
lawyer.
you are amazing. You're a warrior. Warrior.
A warrior. Sorry, I
Not a
misheard you.
lawyer, honey. You're a warrior. And I love you to pieces. I think you're amazing. But the way that they manipulate and control people and turn people against you, I don't need the people that were in my life before as acquaintances or even family members, because it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't make a difference. I've made so many amazing connections in my life. The few people that I've known my lifetime that I still keep in contact with, I'll always love. But a lot of them didn't understand anything I was going through because they'd never even heard of anything like this. But some of them do know about it. And I have cut off communication with more people because of the gaslighting, because of the hate, because of the animosity I felt. When I went through a lifetime of taking care of a family that I loved more than anybody on the face of the earth, and I feel like they were taken from me way too early, whether it be through the technology, whether it be through illness, whatever it may be, um, it's a nightmare, a lifetime of a nightmare. And I have no problem telling my entire life story in front of everybody, and especially what's happened with this entire targeting program. But the fact that I've met the most amazing people like yourself, like David, like everybody, has made me realize, I do matter.
Even Fluffy. And
Yeah. That was awesome. Yeah. And
I know.
I love all my Texas political friends that I've gotten involved with. And I love John Flynn with his
Jim
crazy ass.
Matlock. Yeah.
You know,
Such a great guy.
Dr. Aimee, I have met the most amazing people. And Doc Chambers, he's amazing. But these are all warriors for justice. That they're people that are constitutionalists, that believe in the Constitution, believe in civil rights. And there's been just too much happening, too many suicides, too many unexplained deaths, too many instant deaths, too much asset stripping. And I as you well know, I had everything in the world asset stripped from me when I was the only beneficiary of my family's estates. And it makes me sick. I got coerced into giving $60,000 when I was being coerced into suicide to a daughter that didn't deserve it. That was saying, kill yourself. Last time I saw her, she tried to pull a knife and stab me. As I told you, it was crazy. It was like she was not even herself.
Right.
And when you have family that turns against you that way, and it's all based on greed and on lies, it makes you want to vomit. Literally want to vomit. And it's something, everybody's like, well, Jesus Christ says forgive everybody. Well, you know what? I can forgive anybody, but I can't forget. It doesn't go away. But I still have found peace.
Forgive, but
Yeah,
right.
I have found peace. Even though I get hit and I can't hold food down because I've got my health issues and my hands aren't working anymore. They think I have multiple sclerosis. I'm going through all these things, but it doesn't matter because I must still keep going. I will still keep going no matter what.
I don't know if y'all realize it or not. I was as soon as I asked that question about the live chat, instantly got kicked off a Zoom. It logged me out. I'm surprised the live still kept going. I don't even know how to explain that one, but yeah, we're getting juicy. So the powers that be hate this, and they hate me. I'm shadow banned. I'm sure they hate y'all with a passion too. But
what's
let's
the
keep
chat
rolling.
group like, David?
It's on YouTube. So if you go to my channel and you can pull up the live on that. This gentleman was
Sometimes
asking,
there
let's
can
see if
be
it kicks me.
interference.
Here's what
So
this guy said. He says, "What does Aimee ask for her services?" Question. And I was gonna put that out there because we got a bunch of haters out there. We got a bunch of people that want to throw mud, and you know how it goes. But that's what. As soon as I asked that question, it went whoop.
question was, what do I ask for my services? Or what
Yeah, it says,
services
"What
do
does
I
Aimee
provide?
ask for her services?"
How much do
I
you
do
I don't
charge?
know. It's a
multiple
vague.
different types of things right now. So I do IT and technology. I do like regular networking for people and clients. So if you have a computer issue or if you need some configuration done or extra security, I can remote access your computer system. I can go in, change a lot of the buttons and features for you. I could provide the extra security systems, remove stuff, disable things that are particularly for the targeting aspect. And a lot of you guys could do that too. Go through your device properties, go through different settings, MSC services. You can go through lots of different aspects, your settings, your controllers, your settings through your browser, obviously for security purposes. All your settings through your applications, install specific software for you if you're having trouble setting up a security camera system or something. I could help you remotely configure that properly. So I've been added that into my services. I'm gonna once I have took a penetration testing course. Um, and so I still have to take my test. So I'm doing practice examinations right now. So once I get that certification, I could do more ethical hacking and I could do more penetration testing into your network and start doing proper investigations, who's hacking your system, get information on your network. I could do live streams and
That's
I
what I
would be
need.
able to identify. So, but I need specific certifications. And a lot of it was having issues with insurance properties because in Florida, we're having insurance issues because everybody hates Florida. So, once again, controlled
I
by the
love Florida.
lobbyists,
Right.
even getting car insurance or switching over car insurance. Whatever, I'm like, oh, it's in the state of Florida. Oh, sorry, we don't service Florida. Click. We can't even change our home insurance or renter's insurance. State are you in Florida? We don't service Florida. Click. Like, oh my God.
Too bad.
And they increase the rates so high. And they're like, oh, it's because of the hurricane. So what Governor DeSantis is starting to do with state programs, we can't get insurance anywhere. And especially like business insurance. And I would need a special cybersecurity insurance. So that's where the ethical hacking and the site, because I'm going into your network, right? I don't know what I'm coming across. I don't know who I'm going up against. So if they come in, if I find information on them and then rebattle or duke it out or something like that, right? And I get records and information, I need to be able to protect myself through cybersecurity if something gets damaged on my system.
I got you. That makes
So
sense.
it makes sense. So I have to set that up. I'm practicing. And the good thing about doing a lot of the audio analysis for the victims is I learn a lot about their security. I learn about their records department, where it's at, what radio channels they're using. And it's different per jurisdiction. Like it's different on the East Coast than it is the West Coast. Or Midwestern or mid-central locations. And so even weapon systems vary, but they could hit specific ranges and they have central hubs. So criminals, this is why Autumn said the government, it said like, we don't fuck with Holem, is because I come in there and cause a lot of chaos. Been able to manipulate. Okay, that's
I'm going to start laughing right now, Amy, because you should hear. I've got my two groups, and one of them's going, "We fucking hate her," and the other ones are going, "We still love her."
love-hate relationship. And I've been able to install like triggers inside of their AI programs. So when they sell those programs to other criminals to use, it only provides happiness when a person thinks a certain thought. Okay. So I've been able to manipulate trigger effects. So if you hear things like the Lord's Prayer, or if you hear positive aspects like statements like, we love you, instead of we hate you, right? Those programs are shared through everybody, whether you realize it or not. It kind of just depends on the equipment that that specific user or criminal wants to use and purchase at that time. So I do, because I identify their names, because I identify their locations. I've identified a lot of their radio licensing number. And the difference between my frequencies is my frequency identification can identify their vector fields. And that's part of my different type of service that I do with spectrogram reports. I identify their quadrature amplitude modulation systems and their vector fields. And additionally, not only can I do that, but I could identify how many users there are, how many weapon systems are inside, where they're connected to, the notes that are playing to be able, which match the attacks, the physical attacks on your body. And I don't just capture 1 or 11, I identify over 500 people minimum. Depends on how large your network is. Some people are on a smaller network. Maybe they only have 5 to 15 people inside of a group that do the targeting. That would be your local people. But when it comes to governmental projects and programs, there's over probably 1,200 people inside a general population room. And they're being sent and shipped out to different locations. They have catalogs, books that they give people if they want to attack a specific person. And then you say, or maybe they want a specific photo because they're attracted to them. Or maybe they want to go to a red room or torture chamber. You don't know how many times when I hear them breaking into people's home and going to murder a person, a planned murder, or mind controlling another victim to commit that murder on another. They even plant them and say there's a drawer with a gun in it in that center table. Go open up the drawer, the gun is right there. And that person would go and control them, go up the stairs. The person is in the second door to the left. And they're mind controlling this victim, the mind control victim, to commit a murder on
I have
another
seen
person
that
or
so many
individual.
times, Amy, so many times. And this is something that when I was living with that judge in California a couple years ago, we saw on TikTok where there was a gentleman that said, they're not doing anything, so I have to take the law into my own hands. And he ended up going out and killing the people that he felt were his perpetrators. And then he got killed in the process of it. And I'm looking at all the things that are happening with the people being literally mind controlled, even while they're on drugs or off of drugs. You see a lot of hallucinogenics. You see a lot of methamphetamine. And they're using them like Manchurian candidates. Okay, so we're gonna control you, and we're gonna have you commit this crime. We're gonna have you go do a mass shooting. We're gonna have you do this, and so it gets blamed on this person. It's controlling and it's sickening, but it's happening more and more often. And when people get to that point, it is so satanic in nature. So satanic in nature. I've watched it happen with people that I've been around. I've seen that demonic thing come into people that are normally completely normal. And it's like this thing comes over them. And I saw it with my own eye, eye, as I say. But I saw it happen with my own eye to where that astral projection comes into that person. And it's like, and I felt that too. I had that happen to me over and over again, where literally they would come into my body and it was manipulating, controlling everything I did, even movements. My heartbeat. I felt my heartbeat, as you heard it. They have tried like crazy to get me to have a heart attack, and I did have a minor heart attack back in 2020. But that's when like my blood pressure hit 299 over 198, and it was miserable. But that was during COVID, and I'm stepping over people at the hospital, and they're like, "We're going to put you in CCU." I was like, "No, you're not." And I ended up out in the parking lot, walking around aimlessly, being mind controlled at that time. And it is very MK Ultra-ish, but it's not exactly the same. It is
And that's
sickening.
the whole thing. And it definitely is a MK Ultra aspect, mind control technologies,
Yes.
whether you like it or not, uh, through acoustic attacks.
Oh my
And
God. And then when they have people that they can manipulate into going in and stealing alcohol, like somebody that you and I know through a mutual friend of ours, controlling them into going in and then rewarding him and saying, "Oh, we'll do this for you. Just go ahead and steal some alcohol. You want it. You want it." And he's hearing these voices and going in and stealing a bottle of liquor every time he turns around. And who's there to pick up the pieces? Another friend of ours that's targeted. And it's to a point of ridiculous, to where you don't know if that person's going to flip out and be that Manchurian candidate that's going to hurt the people around him because he's so under mind control. And I'm talking about the ones that are here in the same city I'm in right now in Austin, Texas. And it is sickening. It is confusing to people. I've watched the emotions fly. I've watched literally anger wanting to come out. But thank God that certain people have found a faith in God now. And once you find that faith in God, it makes it totally different. I don't get emotional anymore. I don't cry. I don't, it's like I cry inside, but not on the outside anymore. I found an unbelievable peace at the same time that I'm getting hit daily. But it is an inner peace that I completely say is because of Jesus Christ and God. And I don't get emotional. I help people that are so distraught that they don't know what is happening to them and talk them down on a daily basis. And I try to explain it to them, and then I've had people literally tell me, when I called you, I felt like I was getting ready to end my life. By the time I hang up, they're saying, "I love you. Thank you so much for saving my life." That's what Divine Sisters is about too. That's that panic button. But I've been that panic button for people for years. And you know me, Amy. I'm always on my phone. Always. It's like, people are
this
calling
girl
me
would
from other
never
parts of the
stop
world.
being on her phone.
Oh my God. I
Go,
just
go.
got to notice. I just got to notice that I've used 80% of my data. And my friend Rob just said, "Do I need to add another $10 and 10 more gigabytes for you or something?" I was like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
please do," because what I do is worthwhile and it's saving lives. And it's getting
Keep up the
the
good work.
message out there.
Yeah, I ran out of data 2 weeks ago. Within the first week. Well, if I start lagging, who
Yeah,
cares?
it's just gonna go a little slower.
Oh well, if we're paying unlimited, right? Ridiculous.
Yeah. But no, I've watched Aimee in action. I've heard her. I was there with her. She is one of the most mind-blowing brainiacs to me because her knowledge of technology and what she does, with me sitting right in front of her, being able to hear what they were doing and trafficking me. It is human trafficking. And I didn't change expression. You know, I had like several different groups talking to me at the same time, and I didn't understand it. I'm starting to understand it more and more now. But the knowledge that I've gained has been like immense. But this woman is amazing. She is amazing, David. When she starts digging into yours, you're going to be mind blown.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do my first live stream audio consultation on Wednesday next week. So it's gonna be on Rumble, Firefox News Online, and I'll be doing a live audio consultation. I don't know this guy very well. Well, I know him, obviously, but not like I know you, Autumn, or talking with you on the phone. You know, I don't know anything about his history or past. I know he's a U.S. Army veteran. So, he knows of me a lot through the radio shows and industries that I do with that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be with George Schneiser, Firefox News Online. If you go to my website, you can
Who?
see his
Pam
picture and
Barbie?
logo on there. Or you can
US
type it
attorney.
in the
Pam
Rumble
Barbie.
page in the search
Oh, who
bar.
is it?
So that should be a lot of fun. I'm really
Jenny, the
excited about
judge.
that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
U.S.
Got it.
U.S.
U.S. attorney.
General.
U.S. general attorney.
Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt David.
I love you, Amy.
Did everybody go mute?
No, I did. I don't know what happened.
I've been listening the whole time while I've been cleaning the house.
Aw,
Yeah.
And say hi, Isabella.
Hi.
hi Isabella, how are you doing?
Good.
Isabella is one of the first two under 18s to join the Vine Sisters.
Aw, she looks like such a sweetheart.
She is, honey. She's an amazing child, and she's been put through this for years. And I've seen her reach out to other children that have been targeted, and the way she advocates to them and tries to protect them is amazing.
Well, I
I've
have
adopted her as my
actually,
niece.
if Isabella would like to help, I do have a little girl, a little bit younger. She's in first grade. She is targeted going through this right now, currently at this time. She gets more of the remote neural monitoring. We've been able to trace it back to her mother and being involved through the court systems and the blood banks that they did. So if you would like to talk to her for me, the little girl, she's having issues with school and getting a better idea on how to handle that while you're in school could probably really help her out. And
Yeah,
I
for
would
me,
think
it
that
started
would be
around first
amazing
grade.
if you could do that.
It started for her around first grade. So you know what? She'd be amazing to do that. We can talk about that away from here too.
Okay, perfect. That would be
David,
great.
are you still there?
I apologize. I keep getting kicked off. It's certain things we say or something. I don't know what it is. It just keeps happening. It's like that's I don't know, next to impossibility, but it happens every time.
Did you see what Amy just asked this amazing child, Isabella?
I caught some of it.
She wants Isabella. You know, Isabella is one of the newest members of the Vine Sisters, and she wants her to reach out to a first grade child who doesn't understand how to deal with this. And Isabella's the one to do that because she's awesome.
Hello. Yeah, that's a lot of information to digest as a child too. I mean, but if they already know what's going on and got a
My
hints of it,
dad
they can pretty much
started waking me up around 5 or 4 years ago, and now I am in a body of a 11 or 12-year-old, and sometimes I have the mind of it, but with how much I know and all this technology, I have the mind and thought process of a 25-year-old
Amen.
in this situation.
good thing to have.
Would great. That is
She's
phenomenal.
she's amazing, and I've watched her reach out to our mutual friend here in Texas's daughter, the one that you know, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
And they've connected over the last week, and the way she works with her is amazing.
Okay.
She
Yeah,
does amazing
well,
with it.
once the interview is done, I'll definitely give you a call and
Okay.
I'll talk to you and Izzy and see what we could do. And I could get the other person on the phone too
Okay.
and see if that's something that he would like to set up as a father, you know?
Okay.
Additional ways to help children out, especially when they're going through this. I know so
Amen.
many parents with children. A lot of them from 3 months old to 6 months old are being targeted and attacked with weapon systems, getting burns on their bodies. A lot of them are, they need that extra space and protection. So always it's good to have the intellectual mind of a child to help, because we're adults now. So to think like a child and to explain it and help them get past and grow to her maturity level. And that way she doesn't get in trouble in school anymore is absolutely phenomenal. And I think that is a way to reach out and help other people as well.
That's why I was talking to Sarah about wanting to be the one that deals with the adolescents and then has an adolescent as well that can help targeted kids. And Isabella's that person because she's amazing.
And we're also working on Divine Shepherds.
Yeah, and I already told him about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And what did David say?
Oh, David, they keep kicking David off.
Yeah.
Haha.
No, he's like,
Because we're hitting on some things that people don't like to have in public, but you know what? It needs to be public.
Right.
Amen. And the
Amen to
fact that they
that.
do this to
100%.
children is just disgusting.
I've actually been waking up when I wake up and I have like burns on my back and I struggle to sleep when they do it.
tell him how you were sleeping last night, like you were stuck in.
I was like, I got like 4 hours of sleep last night, and that's not normal for me. I was constantly in and out of waking up and sleeping. I was tossing and turning all night.
Like me.
Yeah, I heard her get up a few times.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Autumn was like a shadow in the night when she was creeping. I like,
Yeah, they woke me up several times last night. But that happens. You know, my ability to swallow has kept me, I can't swallow food. It gets stuck in my throat and everything else. But, whether that be multiple sclerosis, whether that just be the technology, whatever it is, it keeps me up and unable to breathe and I'm unable to swallow. And bless this child's heart, because we sleep in the same room and she's like, "Are you okay?" And she gets up and tries to help me because she's afraid I'm going to fall down because I can't walk that well.
She almost she missed a step on our staircase that's upstairs, and she almost
caught me.
fell, and I helped her catch herself. And now I don't trust her anymore to go up and down the stairs by herself.
She's a little crippled, but God, I got great faith.
Oh, you got your little mini me, little helper out there.
She is.
It's
She's amazing, honey, and she is so mature. And they try to get her like to where she can't even do her studies and stuff because she's homeschooled now, and because of the bullying and the crap she went through in public schools. But the fact that she is, they try to get her to where she can't even focus, but she still focuses in, and she just like it snaps with her. Because she's got that faith in God.
They've
And
been
that's what we.
making my eye
Go ahead.
twitch.
David, yeah, last night Travis took us to dinner at the Longhorn Steakhouse. It was quite a treat. And she sat there and she looked at me, she goes, "They're making my eye twitch." I was like, "Oh, me too." Only they don't make mine twitch, they zap it. But I look over in her eyes going, I'm like, oh God.
And
We have
then
to find
they
ways
messed
to
with my
shield
ankles
what
a lot to the point I
Yeah,
broke my
we
ankle
we were
and it
we were talking about, different ways to shield, different ways to I've watched them attack their animal here. I've watched it's amazing, but yeah. But the strength that I've seen come through that little girl and through Travis as a family, they are amazing. And he has grown spiritually so much.
one thing that you could use on a short shielding, it won't last a long period of time, is you could carry around a small bottle of petroleum jelly. So when you are out in public and they make your eye twitch, you could put that petroleum jelly right around your eyelid or right around your eye in the area. And you could also put it along and rub it into your ear, your temples, the back of the ear
Okay.
as well. And I would also put it along the frontal lobe of the eye they're hitting. And because it's water based, so
Okay.
a lot of it will bounce like it does regular water too. Like
Okay.
I drink water all the time. So
Awesome.
So that it's not like 100%, but it could at least block the attacks and cool the
What are you doing, bro?
sensations down and stop those muscles from twitching as well.
That is good to know, Miss Amy.
Because it's a water-based soluble.
Yeah. She's sitting
I
there
ask you-
drinking her frozen Shirley Temple from last night.
I put
Well,
it in
then
the
she-
I
freezer.
got a question, Amy.
Sure.
I remember you was telling me before once you get better, you're gonna like kick into high gear. It's gonna be a little bit, but can you go into detail about some of what I mean, you don't have to tell everybody everything, but just give us a brief synopsis of what you got going on, and like people who want to get this done, your services and stuff like that. How about how it works? Like a little detail on that. For a lot of people, it's itching to know, you know what I'm saying? And it shut all these snake oil salesmen down. There's a whole group of them right now. I've been getting threatened by a few of these people from repercussions from about last year about me and Travis. And if they watched the video, I'm not scared to say his name. People know who it is. It's a TMSC scanner, and he's going around. He's been on Alex Jones. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Should we say his name? I'm not scared. If you're going to sue me, do it. And don't hold your breath, bro, because it's straight up snake oil. And people are scared to death of this guy. I'm not. I've seen it. It's a bunch of shit. I don't know. Is it safe to say?
Well, if you do, you get a lot of backlash and a lot of hardships from the community.
Don't care.
They gaslight you and they will attack you,
Bring
literally. So it's just even making small things. There's lots of things going on. Even I'm being banned. I'm banned from all of the platforms. I'm being told not to do interviews or podcasts with people. If they post any of my videos inside of the groups, they're deleting all of the videos and the chats and things like that. They've been slandering and defamating me on no basis of evidence because they have not even validated or used or even come to me to validate my work. They have no idea what I do for people or how I do it or even the proper step processes. My work is patented. If you don't think that I haven't gone out there to protect myself since day one, you guys are misconstrued it because I'm a lot smarter than you give me credit for. A lot smarter. I didn't have top security clearance in the military for a reason. We have to pass IQ tests. And if you can't pass an IQ test, guess what? You're not going to get that type of clearance. So
yeah, that'll shut a bunch of people up because I've defended you and I know you're the real deal other than what I've seen from other people because they're in there to make a buck. And then you got everybody in the community putting these people on the pedestals while they're trying to shut you down because you're the real deal. That's what I go after. That's what I expose. That's what me and Travis go after. We expose. People can like it or they can't like it. Just like with targeted justice. Yes, I said targeted justice. I get slandered for that, but Anna Toledo come after me. I don't know how many times slandered. Yeah. And you know what? Not one person tried to sue me because they know it's true. I bust their ass on that. And people, I was like, how many lawsuits have they won? None. Where did that go? Nowhere. So all the little quirks and gimmicks all these people try to get you to do, it's all bullshit. And if people can't see this in the targeted community, they need to wake up and go with the real deal. And getting on Alex Jones's shit and not knowing how your equipment works, and then you turn around and start threatening people afterwards, bro. I've got text messages, screenshots, emails, messages from MindNexus. Yes, MindNexus. And I've had death threats over this stuff, and not one person has sued me yet. So obviously there's some truth to what we're saying. I'm not going to go full blast unless it's 100%. That's what people say. You're just slandering us. No, I've got 100% evidence on this. So don't be slandering Amy on what she's doing, because she is patented for this shit.
A lot of people are mad for me for not even bringing it up or talking about it. Why? Let me tell you something. I'm running a business here. I am working with clients. I am working on identifying victims, sex trafficking operations, murder rooms. I'm contacting the police, contacting medical offices for you. I don't have time for your BS. If you want to come to my company and purposely disrupt my business, you're taking away time from the victims that actually needs help. And that makes you a criminal. You are just as bad as the perpetrators by not understanding the technology that is being used, because you are following other people. And I don't need that, because I got bigger fish to fry. I'm not going to waste my time on all these small little rumors, these lies, because you're not worth it. I don't care. You could call me evil. You could call me a fraud. Guess what? I'm already expert witness in the court systems. I work for the court systems. I give bids for the court systems for my forensic technology. I have clients that are in case with somebody that's in the immigration office right now. I've worked for federal agents in the State Department. If you think that I'm going to waste my time on all these small, minuscule rumors, you got another thing coming, because I got things to do and I got people to fight for, like children, like stopping these crimes from being committed onto other people, like helping them discover what technology is really being used on them, and helping them grow into proper shielding, get proper investigative materials, whether it's equipment, software, projects, programs, how they could subpoena that evidence inside of the court system. Yeah, you may not want to pay me. That is fine. Go somewhere else. Leave me alone, because I'm only working for people who really need to deserve it. And you're only delaying proper reports in order and causing problems and complications that I have to resolve. Even things of people not paying money, right? That could take months away because you don't want to pay your bill. And it's because of all of these things that I've done for victims, volunteered my time for. Same things with Do Police. I volunteered my time. I volunteered over $100,000 worth. I didn't make a dime volunteering for them. And here they are. And I had to stop slandering and defamating my character because they were writing your reports wrong. And I called them out on it. That is fraud too. When they're purposely writing false information and giving it to a client that wasn't the information collected, and giving them to it on a report from my side, and that is misinformation. That is my name on that report. That is my company behind it. And because you're purposely writing false report for victims, I have to stop, and them not even wanting to fix their errors. Now, that whole entire time I was volunteering for them, they refused to even fix their errors, fix the reports. And now every single one of those victims that went prior, are screwed over now because their reports aren't accurate. I have no control over it. I don't have any of the data. I don't have any of the recordings. I can't verify it. I can't validate their work anymore because they gave that report to somebody else and the information was completely wrong on that person that we talked about. They couldn't even do proper spelling on there either. And that's why I left. But that's why they started slandering and defamating me out there, because they didn't want people to get the proper help they need, and they wanted the business. They want that. They don't want to. So instead of owning up to your own faults and failures, being a responsible president, a responsible CEO, you're willing to put false reports with your name on it and mine as a company for other people and victims. I'm sorry. Those are things that I cannot do. I am very, very specific. I didn't charge anybody that whole entire time that I was working. I volunteered. I must have done over 800, or not 800, 75 reports for victims. And now all those 75 to 80 people, and I kept bringing it up in meetings too. You need to stop this. You need to fix this. And then I would get yelled at. No, that's your job, your responsibility. You want to be here on these calls. You want to control the situation. You want to collect all that data, and yet you're willing to not verify it and use AI programming that misses words, removes statements, changes things around, and falsifies that information on what was being said, because human speech, a lot of them can't even pick up vowels and consonants when you're using transcriptions in AI. So it gives out false information. And that's what they were doing. And I kept telling them, no, you need to review these audios afterwards. You need to verify that that file goes specifically with that person. And she refused to do it.
And just let AI handle it all, because you have to question AI because you get the answer. That's what I learned by messing around with it. It's going to give you a whole bunch of different answers, and you can correct it and be like, hey, that's not accurate. That's not accurate. And it's like, oh, by the way, it is. And then after you busted them out on it, it's like, oh, by the way, it's not. You're right. So it's questionable, completely 100% questionable. That's why, like you said, they should have got their facts straight first instead of depending on something that's not completely 100%.
Or fix the errors. And if you're going to do it that way, at least review the recording afterwards and fix the statements.
Right.
And she's too lazy to do that. She didn't want to. So I had to pull out. When I did that, and I confronted her because I got multiple complaints from clients, which I have those emails still, saying that my report is wrong. Can you fix it for me? And I go, technically, I can't fix it because the due agency is doing this to me right now, and they're refusing to help me out. All I did was want them to fix their errors in order for me to write the right summary and information and correct their errors on there. And there's nothing I could do for these victims right now. Now they make me look like the bad guy, because now all those reports are unusable because of the false information they refuse to do. And now they slander and defamate my character because of that incident that happened. And it's all part of the scam artist or being a fraud or things of that nature too. So honestly, I'm done. I don't have time. I'm working, like I said, I'm working with somebody in the immigration office right now, trying to help them out. I've worked with different famous people and things like that. Senators' sons. You don't know who I help and people who I haven't. And obviously, if I'm good enough for the court systems, I'm good enough for other people. And I'm not going to waste my time on those naysayers anymore. You're not worth it. Get lost. Go perp somebody else. You don't like me? Too bad. Oh, well, I'm not going anywhere. So I'm here to help people. I'm not here. And if you don't like the fact that I run a company, I'm sorry. I have to. That's business. How do you
But
expect
you know
people
what's
to
so
make?
sad, Amy, is I have seen over and over again people taking credit for things you do.
Yep.
And
Nope.
I've stood, as you well know, a couple of years ago, I stood up for you. And when you called me, you said, "What's going on with this with a minor child?" And I went to John Flynn and Roy and David Gonia and all of us went to bat for you because it was like, wait a minute, somebody should not be getting credit for this.
Right. And that's what
Amy's the
they're
one that
doing.
did.
A lot of these people
Yeah.
are now collecting my reports, which they're not going to have any information in it. They can't validate them. And it's against the NDA agreement that everybody signed. Just FYI, you guys out there, you do sign an NDA agreement. The only people you're allowed to share the report with are legal, court, medical, and proper authority figures.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else, you're in violation of that NDA, and I can and I will go after you. And
Amen.
that's part of business and company. And whether you recognize that or not, if you're trying to purposely sell proprietary information when it's already under patent and licensing, and I'm waiting for certain areas, I'm sorry, that's a violation of the NDA agreement. And that's part of business. And I'm done with it all. People take credit for my work all the time, or they slander my work, and yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just done.
Or
Like,
they try to sabotage it too. Saying,
mhm.
"Oh, it doesn't work. You know, too many people have tried it." Da, 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 da. You know what? It does work. It worked on me.
Yeah, and
Literally,
you know what? Half of those people don't read. Half of those people don't watch the tutorial. Half of those people don't even use proper settings or things of this nature when I do try to help them. And it's not until I get on the phone with them saying, yeah, it worked. Well, gee, if you followed my instructions from the very beginning, it would have
right.
worked for you right away. But and I understand that because victims have mental issues. They're attacking your mind. They're deteriorating it. It's
Mhm.
hard to focus. It's hard to read. I get that. I totally understand that. They know what I'm seeing. They know what I'm reading. They know what I'm doing. And that affects them not only mentally, but affects them physically and emotionally as well. And I really do understand that. And a lot of them have brain TBI as
Yeah.
well, traumatic brain injuries too, because of the amount of the attacks that they receive. So I really do understand that concept, and patience is very key when working with people.
Watching.
But it's very important
Oh,
to
I got you
make
back.
sure that you focus on
He's
these
gonna eat a
things.
lot of
But
that. I'm
people
only
are
gonna eat
out
like
there
3 or 4
just to
pieces of it, baby.
slander somebody for
So
no
put some on the
reason.
shake for your daddy.
And there are people
Hmm?
out there that hate me, that have follow me around and troll me around. I personally probably have about 182 trolls. Some people only have 11. But it's I could either focus on that, or I could focus on you as a person or a victim. Um, it's just I'm going to help people.
I got a
You don't
question,
like
Amy.
it, huh? Go ahead.
I have a question for you. This goes back, and I get questioned about this all the time. I've went around and around with a bunch of people. They do this with me, the David Atkins, a lot of other people, and they ask, "Well, how come you're not a real target unless you don't have V2K, you don't have all this and this?" I was like, mine's totally different. I don't have any of that shit. I don't understand why. I I've tried to dig a little bit into depth about it, and I've gotten like mixed responses about it. Maybe you can shed some light on this. I'm not targeted like that. I actually have
Mhm.
people that come after me and do messed up situations where it's like a puzzle. I have to figure it out, or I get chased. That happened in the beginning when I didn't know what was going on, but now it's more like workplace mobbing, stuff like that. people out and about here and there. I just ignore that shit. It doesn't bother me. And I get phone calls, which you can see on if you look at my channel, harassment. Then I got this chief handler fucker that it's on YouTube that does that with everybody. He comes after me, anonymous went after him. Can you explain to everybody why certain people like myself are different? We don't get all the voice, the skull, and everything. Hey, look! Hey, as soon as I start talking about this crazy ass number pops up. Go ahead.
President. Everybody's targeting is different. And when you have people saying, no, targeting is only this way, targeting is only that way, good news for you. There's over 100,000 million different types of technology out there that can be used on a single person. Some are even called like retrograde equipment. They even use equipment back from 1800s and 1964. So you're not the only one that has new equipment or Faraday V2K or not. And most people say they have voice to skull technology. They don't have voice to skull. It's an aspect of acoustic attacks that's doing it to them, but they relate it to voice to skull technology when in reality it's not voice to skull. So there are different types of technology out there that can be used to target everybody. And basically it's based off of jurisdiction. It's based off of jurisdictions. It's based off of state departments. It's based off of geological locations. And it also has to be based off of military equipment and availability and personal targeting effects. Some are terrorist groups and organizations, like literally, I hate white people, I hate Christians, I hate Black people, terrorist organization, hate crime groups, right? There are murder groups out there that will try to literally murder a person. Not everybody has that on them.
I do.
They get threats of murder and things of that. Not all people get that. There are sex trafficking for like the women and for the men where they sexually assault or harass somebody, whether it's through remote neural monitoring equipment or whether it's through a pulsed microwave weapon system or whether it's through a pulsed laser weapon system. So there are different types of equipment out there, projects, programs, artificial intelligence systems, virtual reality, augmented systems, scripts that are being used. There's 11 different types of scripts. One is called the authoritative program. And they act like authority members. So they make you believe that it's policemen after you. Maybe you'll hear that knock. It's the police, open up, right? And to scare that victim, to put them in that state of the fear. All the authorities here, they're going to come and get me. Oh my God, I can't do this, right? It's law enforcement. But in reality, it's artificial intelligence. It's a program sequence. You're being forced to believe the cops are after you so you don't go out for professional help. They're attacking police officers too. They're putting them all into the systems. If they even do traffic stops and things of that nature or arrest somebody and a criminal, they'll get canned and booted and tormented and harassed as well. There's plenty of videos out there on those officers. Police are victims too. They're doing behavioral modification on them, and it's all through an integrated system through the police department and the radio systems that are already embedded inside of the cells. Whether the police realize it, it's not the police, it's the chief of police, it's the State Department, it's the rules and regulations and how they're forced to control those networks. And that's why a lot of people, when they get arrested, they say things like, oh, I was even being harassed in prison. Well, that's because most of it is going through the radio comms and the communications and the electrical grid systems inside of the hospital. Well, the wardens or things of that nature get money from the State Department to do human experimentation projects. You think that chief of police is going to let the officers know that they're doing this type of harassment in there? No, he's making extra money off the side to target not only the prisoners, but to target the police officers as well. Maybe the chief of police doesn't even know, but he said, yeah, I'll allow you to attack the prisoners. And the government decides through that, well, we're not going to only attack the prisoners, but we're going to experiment on the guards too, to manipulate them and their behaviors as well. The police don't know about it. But when I do the audio analysis, I could identify that. I mean, that's just one authoritative. And I'm not saying that police aren't really out there to get you, because some police officers are involved, you know, some law enforcement are. There are good cops and there are bad cops, but you can't judge one and the other. And you always need to make sure that you mind your P's and Q's with them, and you know how to handle the situation that you're in at that given point in time, especially when the police are involved. That way you don't get into any additional trouble, and they could even let you go. So targeting varies from everybody. And I don't understand why you could believe that, or why people believe that just because you're not targeted one way doesn't mean that other person is right. Think about the alien community
So do
out
you
there.
think that it's possible, Amy,
You don't think they're putting sound effects of alien ships and beaming people's houses and abductions and things aren't CIA government projects? Yes, it's just a different type of targeting. It's there to cause conspiracy theories and to cause public issues and internal fighting, because you don't believe this while another person believes that. Welcome to the Aimee show, because you all should believe it all, because it all coincides together and everybody is targeted differently.
Well, absolutely. So, Amy, do you think that this could be used in a court setting to manipulate the thoughts or judgments of a judge?
Oh yeah, probably.
Oh, no, well, some judges get paid. If they're involved with it, they do get a paycheck. It's not that big of an issue. They can manipulate judges more. They pay off the jury members than the judge. If it's a good judge and an honest judge, they pay off the jury members for the actual trial. And they can manipulate things through the State Department and a public defender. That's usually that doesn't take
That's what I
place.
was getting ready to ask you about.
But usually what the criminals do is they take volunteers, or they get a paid paycheck, and then they'll put them on that court order list of chosen for trial or jury duty, right? And they'll make sure that they get on that jury duty in order to manipulate the outcome of the defense and put charges or get the criminal to be innocent. So
ain't that what they sent John Gotti to prison for under RICO? Because he was him and Sammy the Bull were bribing jurors, and then now the government can do it. They've been doing it. That's craziness. You get a life sentence for doing that.
Right. Once again, that goes on the judge's belief system, but you're not supposed to judge with a belief system or a personal feeling. We have laws. Your job as to a judge is to maintain law. You're not supposed to input your personal feeling, your personal comments. You're not supposed to object or sustain things based off of a ruling. Well, you are such. Well, they are legally. That's it. Like, they can't add to it, right? They can't put their 2 cents into it, because you're not upholding the law at that time. They're not even supposed to interject. And when they start interjecting on the lawyer's behalf, that's when you file an official dismissal, because it's there on the court system, because that judge is speaking out of turn. Do you know how many times that I was on the stand in the courtroom in front of that judge, and the judge was coaching the opposition on what to do. Do you believe this, sir? Do you believe this, sir? And he's like, oh yeah, objection. Literally ridiculous. The judges are coaching the attorneys in order to get a specific outcome, and that's illegal too. And you should file an appeal, get copies of the transcripts inside of the court system and appeal it. Take it to federal court. Take it somewhere. Fight for your right. Fight for your innocence. And
So,
I know it's
basically,
hard.
that's
I don't
collusion,
have any
right?
money. I can't do this. I can't do that. You know, it's that I can't mentality that gets people in trouble. You have to be like that little engine that could. And maybe we need to bring back that book into the public saying, I can do this. I can do this. Yes, it's going to take some time. Yes, it's going to be more hardship on me. Yes, it's taking away time out of my life. But you know what? In the end, at least you'll be happy to know that you did the best that you could do at that time to fight for your rights, your innocence inside of the court system. And I think that's what we need as people. So many people just need the proper help, alliance, and guidance in order how to do these things too. And not everybody has lawyers in order to help them out in these situations. But research is key. Stay away from AI. Yes, it's good to use it in some occasions. Even I use it on things like, oh, I really don't want to do this right now. Hey, generate, right? Da, 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 generate for me. I'll look at it, I'll review it, I'll say perfect, and then I'll whatever it is. But those are our only ends. I don't use it for everything. I can't. It's not eligible to use in forensics because you can't validate the work. It's misconfiguration and everything has to be done by hand. They're just coming out with AI tools right now for us. Yeah, so it's just you got to be careful on what you do and how you go about it. And I think it's important for people to learn the right thing. So
Well, there's a lot of clouded judgment from other people too, because you got these people out here mix mashing the facts around and they don't know what to believe, especially if they're new to this program. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's really hard to discern what's real and what's not, and who to trust and who not to trust. And that unless you figure it out on your own, and then you could take a wrong turn somewhere, and then next thing you know, you're like completely shunned by any kind of truth that you might have.
Right. That's true. Especially with newbies, and that's why newbies. That's usually a police term. Sorry, that's what we call
fine.
new cops and stuff like that. Newbies. Oh, you're a newbie. You're a noob.
We know you's an MP, so it's all good.
So when dealing with that, that's why you see a lot of the same stuff in circulation because they are new to the program. Nobody is there to help and guide them. And it's not until you lead them into the right direction in order to help them out. And we need to help them out early. We need to capture these victims early because they're going to be, whether it's 1 year or 2 years instead of 15 or 30 years of fighting, you have a chance to help them be more successful from somebody who's been 30 years because of their targeting, because we don't have technology like we have technology now today that wasn't available back 30 years ago.
Right.
So weapons have changed over time. They're not the same anymore. So that's why I stay away from labeling people with voice to skull technology. They're acoustic attacks. That's how I'd label most of it. It's not voice to skull because it has changed since that time frame. And although they could use retro equipment or they could use new equipment that is built out, like your LED light bulbs, photo cemento laser weapon systems, They could attack through sensors and diodes. They could attack through your cell phones, hacking your cell phone. The sensors in here. A lot of you guys don't realize there are micro Doppler radar systems and LiDAR systems that are inside of your phone. And because of the way they created that microchip and soundboard or operating system and put it in that phone, it is now created to use as a weapon system. And that's how they can, I mean, even halogen bulbs. Halogen is a different type of weapon systems. It's still through light bulbs and LED sources, but halogen is a different type of weapon system. And a lot of people don't realize the different type of effects that are used through that type of equipment. Not everybody has voice to skull remote neural monitoring. Just the other day, helping a person from the remote neural monitoring aspect, it's not remote monitoring. It's all AI. In fact, the criminals really can't see out of the people's eyes. It was the person's mind through brain computer interface systems that was thinking about those images and what they were doing, causing an AI reaction to comment on what that person was doing. So they made that person believe it was remote neural monitoring, when in reality, it was, they couldn't see, they couldn't even connect to that person's eye. They didn't even have that type of equipment available for them. So that's what I mean by a lot of people think what's happening to them, like remote neural monitoring, voice to skull, are all different aspects. And not every victim is different. Every victim is different in their cases and scenarios. That's where proper investigation comes into play. Because that way you singly know what type of weapon systems, the networks they're going on, the programs, how to use those programs. I mean, most of you probably don't even know what a sniper benchmark is.
No.
It's an artificial program that goes through AI that could play over 75 voices or AI sources all at one time.
Wow, that seems like it'd be a scramble.
Yeah. Think about 75 people yelling in your ears,
I'd lose my
all
shit.
based on artificial intelligence.
I've been there.
And it's one person
I've had
controlling the
so many
system.
at the same time. It's like,
Well,
But you think it's 75 people.
but it's AI.
Do you understand? But it's not. It's one person using a program, AI, in order to produce 75 voices. So proper learning, proper materials, proper equipment, proper techniques helps the people understand the truth, what is going on with their targeting and situation. Everybody's talking about the stingray. It's the stingray. It's the stingray. I'm like, no, it's not. They need a warrant for the stingray. That's law enforcement equipment only. You know how many people out of the thousands of people I've analyzed for audio equipment that I've only found stingray? 2. That's it. 2.
You know what's such a trip, Amy, is the guy that just got arrested in Kentucky for killing his neighbor, that he said was using direct energy weapons on him and things of that sort. You and I both know that it probably was not even the neighbor. It could have been, but it probably was not. And you know, the case with the wonderful man that was a friend of the campaigns I was working with, that literally had one of his best friends come and shoot him, you know, and he has, you know, the look of no remorse. I'm going to send you a copy of his mugshot. It's just a blank no remorse, you know. It's mind control, honey.
Right.
It really is.
Right. And that's where
And it can turn somebody
come into play.
to where they will literally go in and do a mass shooting, or they will, and then they have no recollection of why it happened or how it happened. They're like, I did what? you know, or they are blaming themselves, or they are having other people say, oh, don't worry, we got your back. We're going to take care of you. We're going to take care of you. Don't worry. Just go do this and we'll take care of you. You won't have any repercussions. And then as soon as they do it, they're like, next.
Right. If you don't mind, David, I
It's
do need to
ridiculous.
probably get up and walk around. I'm having
That's fine.
kind of, so if not, give me about like 5 minutes and I'll be back. Is that
Okay.
okay?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
I
fine.
need to get up and walk. Sorry.
Your thing.
Get yourself up, Miss Amy. This is
Well,
fire, David.
this is very fire. If you go to YouTube on the live on my channel, you can see all these questions and comments on here. It's people are digging
Well,
this.
good.
That's what they needed. Like this is the first time I've actually had to spread out a little bit since I'm so shadow banned. It's insane. Like if you're definitely a fraud, you get like hundreds of thousands of followers and views, and then people like me with the phone blowing up and internet connections and all kinds of crazy shit, and then y'all have crazy
Well,
shit
dude, you
going
know
on.
what? It's like she's the bomb, and I put myself out there with everything about myself. I have nothing to hide. I was literally being manipulated, controlled, and committing suicide. And by the voice of my dead father, by the voice of my dead mother, you know. And this is all technology, and by the voice of my not dead daughter and not dead ex-husband that I was never really legally or lawfully married to, that's not her biological father. And what they wanted was money. It's all been about money. And being asset stripped is illegal. I mean, I got copies of the wills of my family sent to me by the supposed place where I used to live, and they weren't even actually their wills. It's called manipulation of data. And it's to cover people's asses, and they need to be held responsible for that too.
And they do
I was
cover
the only
their asses.
beneficiary of my family. And they made money and houses and everything. You know, I was around drugs for a lot of years, honey. Everybody I was around used drugs, whether it be cocaine, whether it be methamphetamine, whether it be GHB, whatever it was. And I haven't touched a drug in years, David. I have no problem talking about what happened to me during those years I did. I was in narcissistic abusive relationships, which is the reason I'm a celibate woman nowadays, you know, and have God in my life and got away from the
Amen.
drugs, got away from the nasty people. It's amazing the way your life changes.
Yeah, because it's a
Sure, been
dark
hit by the
force and
technology,
energy.
but I became a warrior, honey. I really did. And this is, Amy is so right, because no matter whether it's the food you're eating, whether it's the vaccines you've gotten, whether it is just technology or the air you're breathing or the food you're eating that have this shit in them, everybody literally has become targeted and controllable. And it's been happening for years. It's been happening for years. This is the I guess evolution of the technological age. And it's really it's not frightening to me anymore because I've lived it. I know what's going on. Other people that, you know, called me a conspiracy theorist said, oh, she's flipped her mind, she's schizophrenic, you know, whatever it may be.
Hey, I heard that too. By myself.
Yeah,
I'm
there
nuts.
you go.
Are you on
There
drugs?
you go.
Are you
You know,
nuts? Like,
it's
no,
not
this is
schizophrenia, and those voices coming through me and other people's voices were a trip because it was like, is she possessed? I was like, am I possessed? What the hell's going on? But the
here.
fact is, now we have recordings of it through Aimee. I
Mhm.
have Dr. Aimee in Cairo that's retuning my frequency to a safe level to keep me from having, you know, literally a brain aneurysm. Got a fantastic neurologist that met with me for 4.5 hours in Seattle, Washington, and told me, you know, gave me his rundown on thinking that I had multiple sclerosis. But I don't trust doctors enough to go in and have an MRI done because of the establishment and the medical facilities that I was in before. Even gave me the wrong kind of blood, and my body rejected that blood, and then went through that sickness, and have gone through so much crap. All for what? Greed, hate, money, persecution over life? It's ridiculous. People's entitlement to things that belong to me. It is so
That's why.
sad and so sickening. And then to see them target other people. People have lost their lives, honey.
Oh yeah.
Suicides, accidents, heart attacks, you know, attacks on them. and have documented evidence of all of it.
And still no justice for none of these people or ourselves yet.
Right. So now it's time for that justice.
Here's the thing.
God, I
What
love the
kills
fact
me.
that I have the Golden Gate Bridge behind me. What do you
I
think?
do too. San Francisco. It's looking nice. Where's Alcatraz back there?
That's it. The Alcatraz would be a good place for these people. Let them
I
try
can
to swim across
I
that
can think
ocean.
of a way worse place than that.
Ooh, Lord.
I thought Trump was trying to reconstruct it.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's what kills me, and I put this out there on everything I can get my hands on. They know about this targeting program, and not a peep has come out of this yet. Not a peep with the administration or any administration for that matter, because it's worse than the Epstein files. Because it is way worse, and they do not want. There's too much money involved. There's too many people involved. Everything's involved. Just think about how many people would get fried, literally get thrown in prison, losing everything. Worse than what you can imagine if this got exposed, which it is exposed because they don't care. You can preach this till you're blue in the face, and they're still going to call you conspiracy theorists. They're still not going to do shit about it. There's people that know about it. The military knows about it. There's good people in the FBI that knows about it. There's people in local police departments that know about it. Hell, I've met some that flat out, they say, we hate this shit. We don't want to be a part of it. And they help me out. So for my family or your family or anybody, friends that you had to sit there and call you delusional or a drug addict or whatever, even if you dabbled, including myself, everybody's guilty of dabbling here and there, whatever. I'm not on drugs. I'm not crazy. This is really happening. How?
Oh, honey, I haven't touched drugs
Here's
in
my
years.
thing. How can you have all these people around the world explaining the same shit and never met, even before the internet came out, about the same Freddy Krueger nightmare? That's impossible. That's mass hysteria. It does not happen to this degree. It's impossible. So why aren't they looking into it? It blows my fucking mind.
Well, you know, the thing that's the most important thing to me too, honey, is in my life, I've had a lot of acquaintances, but actual friends, not many.
Me neither. Zero. I can count the people that gave a shit about me on one hand, probably.
Well, I am your friend, honey, and I'm going to remain.
I mean, I'm talking about previously, the people that I had.
Yeah,
I had somebody tell me that one time.
I had a lot of people that were acquaintances, but they were not true friends. I had a lot of family by blood that I will never say are my family again because of the way they treated me.
Me too, especially going through this shit that we're going through.
You know what? I've just wiped my hands of them. They don't matter to me. They're unimportant. Relationships with them are over permanently.
Yep.
I've been involved in politics for years.
At first,
I went literally to federal judges, to county judges for help. That they're ever going to be seen as friends again. They're going to be seen as acquaintances. I was honest with them. They may not have understood what I was going through, but I told them, I said, look, I have some kind of cult after me, you know? And that's
what I thought at first. I thought it was a devil fucking cult, the way it was coming about. Because this is impossible. There's no way all these people can fuck with me.
I can't tell you on a daily basis how many people I talk to that are being either electronically sexually assaulted, being forced to look at images that are horrifying in nature, whether it be homosexuality,
watch what you say on here,
whether it be pedophilia. I have no problem talking about it publicly. They were forcing me to see visions of me laying in a coffin, of me being forced into sex acts with family members. They literally, while I was still involved with somebody over 7 years ago, they made me feel like I was having sex in front of my dead mother. This was satanic in nature. They made me have visions of a black Jesus flipping through the books of what looked like, you know, the book of life, or the Bible, laughing, and when he opened his mouth and laughed, had like demonic fangs. I went through hell. And this is while my detached retinas I could not even see. So these were visions that they were putting holographically into my head. You want to talk demonic? I went through demonic.
Excuse me 1 minute.
Sorry about the wait. I apologize. I had
to
get up.
Are you feeling better? Yeah, David took a break for just a second, honey.
To get up and stretch and do my physical therapy exercises. Otherwise, it gets too stiff of muscles. So you need that constant movement And it gets, because if you really think about it, the surgery was on the L5 and S1. So that's your tailbone,
Right.
basically, and your lower lumbar spine. So
I had surgery on my tailbone too before.
mhm.
I still have the scar. It's like that long.
So yeah, it's good to get up and stretch when I'm starting to like get up and things of that nature. So a little extra strength Tylenol, and so I could get back into a comfortable position.
Oh, I got my VT grade going. Oh, we're going to jail. Oh, we're done. Remember that, Amy?
Yeah, yeah.
They're such losers.
And I was able to trace that back to the California Police Department.
Oh yeah, Los Angeles. Yeah, that was great. That was great. Oh, you're the best. Thank you, baby. Travis is like bringing me the charger. He's like, here you go, Autumn.
Are some cases that law enforcement are involved, but not everybody has law enforcement. It's a belief system, but a lot of police can get involved if you get too high up and things of that nature. So it just depends on the person.
I deal with a lot of subliminal messages, silent talk.
And there is a different type of silent speech, it's called,
Yeah, silent
techniques.
speech.
Yeah.
And there are, if you go to the IEEE, which is where I get a lot of my research from, and type in silent speech. You could put in Google search IEEE silent speech, and will come
That's
up
what Brandon
with
Iglesias
a
was
lot
talking
of
about too.
documents. And you could also get information going to like the DoD websites and typing that in the search bar, and you can learn all about those different types of capabilities. A lot of that has magnetic polarization that are being used on you. It has to deal with specific different types of weapon systems, specifically more into your throat. And that usually coincides with like Facebook's metadata. There's this thing, I can't remember, called meta. It's I can't remember the specific name, but it has to deal with vowels and consonants of that person's speech structure. So that's where a lot of the voice manipulation and forced speech comes from too. So check that out. You can learn all about it, and you should be able to find more information on that.
I definitely took notes on that one.
Yeah.
I'm going to check that out because I
That sounds like
that
might be tied into the GATE program for the gifted and talented.
That has more have to deal with biometric systems, BCI technology, and the speech components, HCI, or human computer interface systems, speech to text, text to speech, voice to speech components that are built inside of the operating systems, the computer systems, and even cellular devices. So if you're driving and you do a voice message, that's where that information is being shared and stored and data collected. So you can collect that data from Facebook and request all your biometric data from them.
What about
and they have to give that out to you. You could do a Freedom of Information Act and have them send you all your biometric data that they have used on you as well, which is great additional evidence. I got something from the court system out in Chicago, Illinois, where I used to live in Illinois. That's where the 8150 area code comes from for my company. But with that, so I got a letter saying that Facebook, I was identified as an unknowing victim of Facebook stealing and using my biometric data, and I have the case ID number with it. And I got all the records and the data from it too, that Facebook was using my biometric data illegally.
I got something for you, Amy. A couple years ago, and me and Travis and a group of other people got a hold of Morgan and Morgan, and a lot of people come crawling to me. This was right before TJ's, right after I did my lawsuit shit. They fucking magically come up with a lawsuit, like weeks after I come out with mine. Got a hold of Morgan and Morgan. It's still an open case. I'd have to call them and ask them what's up. It's been a couple years since I heard anything. But what they went after, the way I explained it to them, is just what you said about tech companies using our data to get us targeted, and they ate that shit up, and they are still investigating it. But you can use that with the Morgan and Morgan thing for a class action for that. Now that shit's legit, and people ain't said no negative shit about it because they actually looked it up. I had the video on my YouTube channel. I had to take it off because I was getting people calling me left and right, just harassing me, all kinds of shit, email, this and that. But that is one of the gateways into this shit, by them using our biometric data illegally and doing whatever they do with it. Now
And
that would jump things up a little bit.
That's also where the Army research project comes from too, because the Army was selling the information, the data from their database from the VA hospitals and military as the veteran, and selling it to Facebook. And so they illegally use those biometric systems and information too. And that's how I found out about the Army research projects and third-party contractors, that they were selling that data and using it illegally on that aspect. So any type of case or incident that I do on biometric systems, if I do a personal case on it, I could use that as a case number and reference, because I've already been identified as an unknowing victim.
Wow.
Wow.
So I could always go back to case referral.
Maybe you should get a hold of Morgan and Morgan.
Try.
That sounds crazy, but it did work because they ate that shit up. And everybody's like, how did you do that? How did you do? I didn't go in there. Area 51 style is what we call it, but it's true. Like literally, you got to give them something. You know what I mean? Because it's like if you call the FBI office, they're gonna hang up on you. So as soon as you talk about helicopters and people following you around, it's instantly ha 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 ha, and then click.
Right, right.
Yeah, I told you I've been electronically harassed, and it was like, okay, we'll take some notes, but we're not taking anything out of your hands.
Right. Because
that's when you shove it in their hands and then you walk away, because legally it's their document now and they're held responsible for that incident at case number. Or you run away. You slam it into their hands and then you run.
Some of the fraudulent stock shit. That's kind of funny. I did shove that in their hands. Haha.
We shouldn't have to do that, obviously.
Right.
The justice system should start recognizing on it. They've had these complaints since 2012, even through MK Ultra in the 1960s and 1980s. I believe MK Ultra was finalized and things of that nature through the court system. They admit this technology exists over and over again. And it's the way, because our congressional leaders and our state politicians and even our presidents are ignoring the fact that this is a reality. And the DOD is responsible for half of this and committing mass genocide and torture on its own American people. And they don't want that information out. They don't want it released. They don't want anything they'll do everything in the world to discredit you. Even in the military, this is what they do to soldiers. If they don't like you, they will find a way to kick you out. They will falsify. They will call you mentally ill. This is what they've been doing since World War I. They will do anything in order to get rid of a soldier that they don't deem worthy, that they can't control, that can be formal opposition and things of that nature.
Yeah, because you don't fit in the pegs like everybody else does. That's why you're supposed to take orders, not question authority.
Right. And they don't want those type of people that have a mind of their own. And even through basic training, their whole job is to destroy your personality, to destroy your life, and to build you back up and reconstruct you the way that they want you to be programmed.
So, in essence, what we were talking about earlier, Amy, about the vaccines and the way they line you up when you join the military, do you think that some of those vaccines can be used to manipulate the thoughts of soldiers if they go to war?
Like PTSD aspects?
Like,
Yes,
they,
they do.
I have heard that they are able to, if somebody's in a war zone, use the same technology to get a message through to a soldier that he hears and nobody else hears, to where the enemy can't hear it. Do
That
you
is
believe that
true.
some of the things, okay, do
Yes,
you
it's
believe that
more
some of
because they are
those
on
things,
foreign soil, and they have
okay,
authorization through foreign soil, while the soldiers are overseas and on American soil. Because America itself is not in a state of war, although we are in a state of war.
Yeah, a big one.
so did you believe that possibly, and I hate to bring this up, but I got to because it's just eating at me, with 9/11, do you believe that the fact that they had people that were terrorists on a plane, could they have used voice to skull or microwave auditory effect to get the messages through to them as to when to cause those things to happen?
No, um, no,
No,
not on 9/11. No,
because
I
that was
believe.
pre-internet. I mean, like almost the internet just came
No,
out like a couple, 4 or 5 years or something like that.
well, not really. Internet has been around for a long time. I mean, you have to go
No, I mean
back to
like
the
how they
Cobalt and
use
the
everything.
Fortran days, you know. They had computer systems up and early and through BMI, the company. And right, is it BMI? I can't remember.
IBM,
Um, huh?
was it IBM?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
there you
he's
go.
yeah, you go.
Stupid acronyms.
Close, but it was like looking in a mirror. No, what I didn't mean to say internet, but I mean like they didn't have the technology back then in around 9/11
Yeah,
time that we have now to go ahead and do that to a
right,
degree, I guess you could say, because we
right.
still
And
had
we
like
had
payphones and shit back then.
right. And most of like the cell phone technology, the flip phones, internet came out when I was younger in grade school or a junior high. They didn't start teaching computer classes till I was in high school, and typing and
Yeah, me
services and
neither.
using Word documents and doing speed tests and things of that nature. So it was a different reality back then, but that's when they start releasing that information into the republic or into the public. Computers and NASA been around. They had to be if you're going to launch out to the moon.
Or
They've
how
had
about,
that
so do you
for
believe
a
that the
long time if you believe in the moon landing.
what do you feel about the Patriot Act?
It needs to be
That is the
abolished.
gateway for them. Yeah,
So we're
that's
going
why
for
we are
screw the
targeted.
102.
That's
So we're
why
going for
I'm
screw the
targeted.
702, are we?
Yeah, FISA 702. I actually created a
I know what
song
that
called
is.
FISA Abuse. um,
Amen.
and
It's an excuse to
but
surveil
FISA is
American
different than the
citizens.
Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is different than the Baker Act. I believe there are like
Right.
7 laws that need to be abolished, and a lot of it coincides with the Energy Efficiency Act, the Patriot Act, the Baker Act, the Espionage Act, FISA court systems. So there's multiple different areas and agendas. Not everybody is on the FBI terrorist watch list. A lot of people are through the espionage and the Patriot Act as well. Some are on different projects and program. One is the Satan Project through satellite systems, through Bill Gates. Some are different Lima projects. Some are lunar projects or Luna projects. There's different satellite systems that coincide with Galilei back in the 1500s with astrology, astronomy, DARPA systems. So definitely different types of projects and programs are being used out there when attacking people. And it just depends, once again, on that person's targeting. You can't expect one person to have the same task. And some people go through different events, even. They'll have this weapon on sale this week. And then the next one, it's they're shooting at volcano systems for pressure waves. Another one would be geoengineering and weather manipulation tools. Some are on Navy ships and boats that they use on different types of for weapon systems. So it all just varies on the person, the equipment, the capability, and what's available at that time. And they could do month-long specials, they could do weekend specials. And once again, that's all part of the network. And that's where a lot of the sex trafficking operations from the Department of Defense are controlling. That's where they're protecting the senators and the congressmen of the human child sex trapficking rings, the Epstein
Just like the
cases,
Epstein thing right now. That's
right,
part
and
of
they're
the whole
denying
thing.
the sexual harassment.
Did you hear today that President Trump that the president of Venezuela is going to be testifying
Yeah, that's
for
crazy.
immunity about the fact that they
The voter
rigged all
machines.
the voting machines?
Right. No, I didn't hear about that.
I'll send you
Sorry.
that link in just a minute. I think I may have sent it to you. If not, I'm going to send it to you right now. But yeah, in return
This is
for
wild.
immunity for his drug charges, he's going to be testifying that the Venezuelan government was involved with the Smartmatic machines and everything. It's very
Right.
interesting because and manipulating the votes.
Right.
And they have several senators that they're already planning on prosecuting on it.
I know they went into Arizona and they just got all of that information from the Arizona for Maricopa, and that what's her face in Fulton County, Letitia James is still under indictment and things of that nature too.
You know what the sad thing about all this is? Probably not shit's going to be done. They'll go to a congressional hearing, get grilled, and go home, just like the Clintons skated out of it.
Right, and that's exactly what our government is doing. They're wasting taxpayer dollars on these investigating materials that on just for a public appearance to make news data and media ratings, while you sponsor the rich
they're
and
getting
donate
everybody
the
focused
rich,
on the bullshit,
and they steal additional taxpayer dollars for their own benefit, and then they hide the crimes that they're doing and committing. So they're not fixing the system, they're manipulating the system, and all it is a false flag and media presented to waste our time and energy believing that our government is actually going to be doing something when in reality they're not. They're not doing anything for the American people at all.
That's why everybody's like the left.
Amy, if they're, you know how they have underground cities built, right? Do you believe that the people that have been living in those underground cities have been exposed to the same things that the people that are on the land have? Or are they being protected?
I think a lot of them are probably being protected in that specific area, but I believe they could be targeted at the same time. I believe most people can. I believe everybody's targeted now. There's, like I said, there was that NASA presentation that everybody in the world, every living organism, every single plant was going to be abducted and tortured by 2025 or infected. And that's part of the whole COVID agenda, was to make sure and validate that everybody.
What am I hearing? The movie Wall-E? Huh?
Yeah.
Or Monsters Inc.? Wait, Walt Disney made sense and Timothy Leary did what? Oh my God.
What about, here's one thing I was going to ask you earlier.
Air
Nikola
filter.
Tesla experimented with frequencies and everything, right? Remember that?
Right.
Okay, well, I guess from what I read and what I understand, the FBI, when he died, they raided his hotel room, caught his safe open, and he had writings on there how to cure cancer with frequencies and shit, like different frequencies going on at once, different hertzes and stuff. Now, how is it that you can use that and they completely block that out of there because they don't want people to heal themselves? The powers that be, that is. When I say they, everybody knows that, and I say the powers that be. Okay, well, I'm sure you are in tune to that. How are frequencies used in the combination to block this other shit that's going on to people? That's getting all this V2K and everything like that. Can you like mix matching frequencies to completely fry the signals coming in or whatever?
Are you talking about like signal jamming?
Yes.
Okay. So basically,
Is that possible?
Yes, it is possible to jam the signals, and it has been very, very effective. I know I've tested it out on 15 to 20 people so far, and I've been able to jam their V2K specifically by analyzing the spectrograms and going after that specific frequency. It takes me about 5 minutes to identify, then I give the person instructions on what to do and put in that exact frequency number, and then their V2K is gone. But currently it's only worked for about an hour for them.
That's better than nothing, I guess.
Right, because they can switch up the frequencies. So those frequencies are not, they're interchangeable because they're allotted through the FCC. And because the government has a lot of control over the FCC and the allotments, they know which ones can be used and which ones can't, especially when connecting to specific locations on a person's body. Like when I tell people about the VA analyzer, I know a lot of people say, no, it doesn't work. And we kind of went over that already. But a lot of that also has to deal with nanotechnology on your body. It matches the research of it. And a lot of those effects are at the 10 hertz to a DC positive, a square sign, because that's their waveform that they transmit on, and then pulses. So in order to manipulate and affect that nanotechnology, those are the types of settings that you use and plug into that visual analyzer. And yes, you will feel maybe some burning sensation, but that's because it's affecting that nano inside of your body. It's killing it off. It's stopping those people from, and that means that there is some physical connection between your internet and the attacks on your personal body in that wireless body area network that Sabrina Wallace talks about all the time. So, I've been studying, obviously, I was talking about nanotechnology before Sabrina Wallace, and you could always go back to some of my interviews with Agent X11 and Awake Nation, and that's where I talk more about the sex trafficking and the nanotechnology side and that information that corresponds with that. So different technology, different people do different research, but I do my research collectively based off of that client, based off of that person, based off of that individual, because that's what they're experiencing. And when I write expert summary reports for people, my expert summaries are not a paragraph long. It takes me about a week to probably write an expert summary. I could analyze 1 minute of a recording and write a 75-page paper.
Wow.
So there's a difference than
You know,
basic
something that I find very
and
interesting.
expert. And I need to get paid for that time. So, I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Amy is so worth that. But you know, something that I find very interesting, Amy, you know the case of Rob here in Austin. And they have been trying every way in the world to make him just pop off. And you know, he doesn't understand everything that's happened to him. But you know, we've gone through the collusion between judges and attorneys. We've gone through the dog not alerting to the things in the car, to him being
Right.
targeted the way he is, and the latest is him stopping the payment to an attorney, and then all of a sudden having that money come back out of the account and trying to make it look like it's Rob Montez's fault. He's
Right.
been like,
And the blackmail. Yeah.
oh yeah, it's blackmail is what it is. And you know, I had an attorney that actually admitted to me. He said, "Sit down for a minute." He said, "If you can get somebody recused from this case, then I'll be a co-counsel on it." But that never happened. Instead, he got schmoozed into a deal and accepting a plea bargain for something he had no fault for.
We even had the evidence to prove that the cops were manipulating the item that was collected and to say it was drugs without even the drug test, which should have dismissed the whole entire case.
Amen. It should have.
And I found that evidence and your help too. You pointed a lot of things out. And a lot of the times I even talked about, no, this is normal for cops. This is what they do. This is their policies and procedures. And obviously, policies and procedures and training has changed from when I was in to current dates and times, but the same concepts are there, if that makes sense.
You
Training
know, it's
protocols,
crazy to be
right.
sitting there night before last. Travis was there with me, and he saw it with his own eyes. To see that frustration and that absolute wanting to pop on it because he doesn't understand what's happening, and they are hitting him so hard, hitting Rob so hard. He had the inability to swallow like I did, and they ended up having to go in and put him in the hospital, an emergency the other day. But to see the way that they manipulate the people that he's around and he's trying to protect, like him, like like David, and then see what they're doing to break apart that he's at fault for absolutely everything when he has been the glue that held it together. But he doesn't realize how valued
Right.
he is, and he's valued by me. He's valued by a lot of people. But to be targeted the way he's targeted and been manipulated the way he's been manipulated, and again, you know, previously in the drugs lifestyle, previously this, previously that, it's who he is now. And you know, to see somebody get hit the way I saw them getting hit the other night. I'll send you a copy of the prayer that Travis wrote um, uh, about that household when we left there. It hit me so hard. I was like, God, what a
Travis
beautiful
go.
thing. What a beautiful
Poor
thing, you know?
Travis hasn't talked this whole entire time. Where'd he go?
Hey, Travis, where'd you go?
He's probably
He's
getting
upstairs. He's upstairs.
he's probably wrestling the steak away from the dog again.
No doubt. Yeah, Rob made us an incredible dinner. I couldn't eat it the other night because I can't swallow. I end up throwing up everything because I can't. My ability to swallow is gone. But we brought home a bunch of coconut shrimp and a little bit of filet mignon, and the damn dog and Travis has got it.
Took off with the cage with it.
That's it. And we found the foil shredded in his cage. Lucky dog, because that was some awesome food. Awesome food. And guys, I'm fixing to have to jet for a minute. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this. Amy, I think you're amazing. David, you're my brother in Christ too, and she's my sister
Thank
in
you.
Christ.
Amen.
And you know what? God bless all of us. And let's keep our circle tight. Let's keep our circle close, and
Oh,
let's
we
keep
do.
exposing because this is to a point right now where it's at our advantage, guys. It's at our advantage. The things that have happened to us personally, the things that have happened to others that we're close to, And the things that we know are satanic in nature, whether they be secret society, whether they be government, whether it be whatever they are, it's still human trafficking. And we got a great group of people, and worldwide now, you know. And I love you guys. God bless both of you.
Love you
And
too, man.
thank you for letting me be a part of it. I am blessed to have both of you as friends. And Amy, you are my sister. I adopt you for the rest of my life.
I'll make sure to give you a call once I'm done with the interview with David, and
All right. God bless you
that way we
guys.
could set that
Thank
up
you.
with
God bless you too.
Isabella for the one client.
All right. And anybody that's out there, connect with the Vine Sisters, because we're putting together something big and huge. It's going to be something good. I love you guys.
Love you too.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye, Autumn.
Bye, Autumn.
Bye, honey.
All
Good
these
people.
people are so great. All the victims are great. You know, most of them are Christians. Most of them have a good heart. There's no reason to be targeting somebody that's 70 years old, but they want their money, they want their assets, they want their land. And it's just disgusting what they're doing to innocent people.
And it's an ongoing thing. And I can't fathom how they keep doing this to, like, the children, the women especially, and then older people, elderly people, veterans even. Like, dude, come on. There's got to be a limit.
No, there is no limit. Not
I know
when
there
the
ain't.
government is making money off of it. A lot of even the funds that are for cryptocurrency that the government makes, the US Department or the Department of Defense make for their sex trafficking operations lead to the Ukraine. And you wonder why they're embezzling and investing all this money through Ukraine and sending drones and sending that. That's all a facade for public eye. And really, it has to deal with their sex trafficking operations and hiding that money and the accounts through their cryptocurrency systems.
Yeah, because nobody's going to
Ukraine,
look over there.
right. Ukraine has over $6 billion a day in cryptocurrency and sex trafficking operation money. And if you think about it,
A
Ukraine
day?
has a day, $6 billion a day in just sex trafficking operations, and all controlled by the US government in connections with other countries for trafficking purposes through Iran, Afghanistan, the money embezzlement that went through there, underground tunnel systems with Israel. We learned that between Israel and the Pakistan war. And now it's Israel, because they all shoot money in order for their own personal agenda, because our government is forcing us to say, hey, Israel is okay. You need to back up Jerusalem. You need to back up this. When in reality, no, it's all part of their trafficking operations and their control systems. And that's why Israel had to be a part for the Iran attacks currently at this time. It's public support. Well, Israel is helping us now. Now they're not embezzling money. Now they're using up the missiles, the drones that they gave them for free, anyways, on top of their $200 trillion that they took out of our taxpayer dollars. Now they could hide their expenses with their fraud through the War Department and saying, well, we spent $200,000 on one missile. Yeah.
It's a little bit more than that.
Right. And a lot of that lead back to the trafficking operations, the mRNA, DNA manipulation, a lot of the data, the biometric systems also lead back to China and things of that nature. Out of Russia, granted, I've only analyzed 2 people from Russia. I've never had found Russia involved with anything, any form of harassment. As a matter of fact, it was always the US government coming in and attacking Russia. So kind of interesting on that different view and perspective too.
Yeah, that's why everybody's got the worldview all messed up, because we're only know what we're told over here by the
the
quote
media.
unquote fake news. And it's always been like that. Yeah, because they're controlled by the CIA. They always have been. And then we're painted a picture of what these countries are supposed to be instead of what's really going on and who the people are and everything else. Like Russia, Putin come out a while back. It was a couple of weeks ago. Remember him saying that our major leaders are satanic pedophiles that eat people and shit.
And
And
they do.
they said
They do.
they're banning that Satanists.
And one
He's
of those
completely
things I
against it, but we've
found,
been painted a bad picture about it.
one of the audios when I was doing a consultation, they were selling over 300 femurs. People use the femurs to make soup, bone broth. They could eat it. They
Isn't there a disease? There's some sort of disease I've learned. I can't remember what it's called. That if you eat some, like if you start feasting on flesh, or I can't remember what it's called, but there's some kind of disease that you can get because of the enzymes and everything in human bodies that'll give you a disease and you start shaking and shit after. I can't remember what it's some neurological disease, but eating all this flesh and everybody, you can tell the people in Hollywood are actually partaking in it, just like
right.
in the files with the
Absolutely
beef
can.
jerky and all this other shit. And you can
Right.
watch their face change and their skin and all this. And it's sickening. But
Martha Stewart's cooking show.
uh,
She teaches cannibal recipes.
wow, I know
Yeah.
Ellen DeGeneres had the same kind of shit going on with different recipes, and then you got Anderson Cooper's. This was years ago. I remember seeing it. It's something about his mom's walnut sauce or whatever it is that they
Hmm.
had from the pineal gland that you have.
Right.
So it's it's just a lot to digest, and the way everything's going right now.
A lot of people can't even imagine what type of evil is inside of the world, even myself. And when I come across information like that, um, I cannot even come up or make that stuff up because I was born a Christian, so we have a belief system that everybody is good. We want to see the better in people. We want
Right.
them to be followers of Christ and help one another and help raise their family. And that's why they call it a family. That's why they call it a membership in the churches and things, uniting together to help raise that child correctly. Phone registries, you need a babysitter. Oh, I could call this person. They have like a 13-year-old daughter. Maybe she'd like to babysit my 5-year-old kid, you know? And I think so. We cannot picture that. And so when they're talking about eating babies, you don't know. I mean, there are things where kids are lined up through literal chains and they are draining and milking. What they do to the pregnant women after they're raped, they impregnate them. Then they take the pregnant women away into different sectors and steal those babies and sell them off to either be trafficked or to groom that child in their situation. Um, Sometimes they eat the babies and or they skin them alive and make purses out of them. They have bloody tampons and they take the tampons and force people to eat them. For the murder rooms and torture chambers, they stick holes and pins and needles inside of people's lungs and force them to drink water so they choke and drown. Small little things and details like that, a person cannot imagine the pain that a physical person is going to. If they call strippers over to a hotel room, it now becomes a murder room, and they kidnap all those 6 strippers and they murder them inside the hotel rooms. They rape and murder them. So, and it's all covered up through the elitists, through the Hollywood agendas, through police departments, the cleaning crews, the hotels
Mm-hmm.
themselves are responsible and part of these crimes as well. And you just can't imagine. I mean, a lot of times it breaks my heart what these evil people are doing to other. And it's a shame that everybody else in the country is going after these people and kicking them out and arresting them for being charged and our US government is not willing to step in and do anything about it. That
No,
just
'cause
goes to show that America cannot be trusted right now, and that we cannot support our politicians. We cannot support our rulers, and we shouldn't support our president. And I know some people are a Trump fan. I was a Trump fan. Some people are Biden fans, but you have to understand everything collectively. And it's not until you see the bigger picture that what they're doing inside for everybody. And we need to get these politicians out. We need to vote them out. We need to pick the small person in the independent party
yep,
to get
I
rid
agree.
of these, because even if like President Trump backed up this Republican, this Kamala Harris supports this senator, and you support her, and you vote that person in, you're just setting up America for failure, because you're putting those rapists and pedophiles, picked selections and groomers into our newer generations' alignment to create laws and to groom them, and nothing's ever going to be changed for the American people.
It's going to continue on for years.
It's
That's what
going
they
to
want.
continue. And there's just going to be even an excess crime. And when they step down from their positions because they're 90 years old, they could no longer walk, or they're following like McConnell is doing, who
Mitch
doesn't
McConnell.
have a mind anymore. Get him out. Don't let him pick people. Somebody else in there. And we got to stop following our politicians, and we need to, because they're our money controllers. They're the one committing these crimes. They're the ones that are doing the fraud on the American people. They're the one increasing our taxes, increasing the gas and the food supply, and taking away all our food supply for the lobbyists and their lobbyists and their PACs. And even the news media, they say you can't trust mainstream. Well, you can't trust some of these non-mainstream either, because they're paid.
Mm-hmm.
They're part of the PAC system. They go to Trump rallies and eat dinners, $100,000 plate benefits. They're paid for too. So it's small media outlets that make a bigger difference, in my viewpoint, for the American people that could make a change, because everybody else is only placed there because all they do is have the numbers. Well, they have the money to pay social media marketers to prop up and make them have 10,000 viewers. Those are a lot of bot systems, fake bots. A lot of these companies that they pay have fake accounts just to boost ratings and numbers, so they get that money and say, hey, I'm important, follow me. The lower class people don't have that, because they take it and make it so expensive. Technology, some of the tools I have are $7,500. I have to pay renewal fees of $1,500 a year and retraining fees of $700 a year. So that's $2,200 that I have to pay for recertification and training and renewal, just on the software that I paid originally for $7,500. It's ridiculous. And a lot of people don't realize that it's out of our price range. And because the tech companies control the system through their lobbyists and our government, that they're the ones, they don't want it in the hands of people. They want it only to the consumer that can afford it, and that makes over $200,000 a year.
Yeah, it ain't the middle class anymore because that doesn't exist. They choke
They're
that
not for the
completely
poor.
out. Nope.
Right.
They completely squeeze that completely out of the equation.
Right. And it's just amazing that a lot of people, and a lot of that is from lack of education. And
Mhm.
it's not, I'm not saying you're dumb or you're stupid when I
No, if
say
it's
lack
what
of
we were raised up
education.
in our
No.
education system gave us because we
Right,
had no choice
exactly.
to absorb that.
Or your family functions too. So if you
Right.
lived with good family functions, good morals, then you're going to have better education than somebody who is poor, that their mommy and daddy has 6 people that were in and out of jail, and they skipping school and ditching school. Although they say, well, that's all the parents' fault. Even as a child, 11 years old, you have a choice and decision to make as a person, a human being. You have the choice to do what mommy or daddy does, know what's right from wrong, or say, no, I'm going to be nothing like them. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to
Mhm.
do what I need to do in order to be successful in life, in order to grow.
Here's my thing. I
And
never took nobody's advice. I would take people that was wise as advice, like way older people. I would hang out with like people that were 60, 70 years old. I'd sit and listen to my great grandma tell how about the good old days and all. I could listen to that all day long when I was a
me
child.
too.
But it depends on who you're around to absorb all this information from. Or then when the second you say, hey, this ain't right, and something inside you tells you, hey, these people are crazy. This is full of shit. And then they get mad because been out of shape in my case because you didn't take their advice. If I'd have took your advice, I'd be fucking way off in outer space.
You listen to the naysayers. Oh, that's not true. That's not possible. You
You
can't
need to
do
do this.
that.
You need to do that.
Right. You'd be nowhere. I'm sorry. I'm not going to listen to you. No, it is possible. You're wrong. And I'm going to continue on. You could be a naysayer all you want. Guess what? I'm going to set out to prove you wrong. And I have. Um, and I think it does make a difference in education, values, morals, and even ways to go out and go get them. I mean, you have to have that heart. You can't live in a state of fear. And it's until you could break away from that state of fear, from that victimization of what they're doing against you as a victim or a targeted individual, that you cannot grow. You need to break that chain and say, well, they're saying I'm going to come and kill you. Okay, come and kill me. I dare you. What are you going to do to stand up for yourself? Are you going to learn how to kickbox? Are you going to carry a knife on you? What's the rules and laws on carrying a knife? You have a Second Amendment. I'm pro gun.
Mhm.
Go out and buy a gun. You believe somebody is coming to kill you, which they are, honestly. They're trying
Mhm.
to get you to kill yourself.
Yep.
And a lot of it is real. Some people are being shot at. Some people have been murdered. Some people have had these serious. So you need to protect yourself. You cannot sit there saying, they're going to come and get me. They're going to come and get me. You have to take that authority and action in order to do what's best for you to protect yourself.
That's what I did.
Police
I
aren't
flipped the
going to
script
do
on
it.
some of these in the beginning, and the
Right.
police didn't help. And once these people that were involved seen that I wasn't fucking around when you backed me in a corner, they still backed off to this day.
Take kickboxing classes, take boxing, take martial arts, to get hand-to-hand combat, something to give you
Mhm.
strength, positivity, and confidence in yourself. Because when you have those things, that threat becomes diminished. Oh my God, I could see her fight. Oh my
Mhm.
God, did you see that person punch? I can't do that. I'm going to back off. I'm not going to follow behind them while I'm stalking them anymore. No, I'm going to go to this person instead. And you could start seeing people back off from those gang stalking era because you're protecting yourself. And they
That's
don't
exactly
want
what
to
I
get
did.
hurt or injured. And taking it's all that mind mentality of getting out of that state of fear. And I think people need to switch that around into a more positive aspect, because once you break that barrier, say, come and get me, then these people, these criminals are saying, oh my gosh, she's not kidding. She's telling the truth.
Hmm.
Oh, we're going to come in and break your house. Yeah, I'm going to stab you.
Bring it. Here's the thing
I have
with
the
a lot of
right. You're
targeted.
breaking and entering. I will kill you. And they'll be like, oh my God, she's telling the truth. Through their
Here's the thing.
lie detectors and things like that, monitoring your heart rates and your blood pressure. Through
Here's the thing with a
medical
lot of
grade
targeted
equipment.
individuals too, Amy. Check this out. Like what you're saying, they. I've heard a lot of people say this. Well, I don't want to do this or expose anybody or fight back against them or say anything because I don't want more targeting. I got stuff going on, dude. They don't give a flying shit what you got going on. They're going to get you
Right.
no matter what. They're going to keep fucking with you. If you're targeted, really targeted, it's 24/7. It doesn't stop. No matter if you keep trying to expose this shit over here or not talk about this over here, it doesn't make a shit. So you might as well just go full blast. They went full blast to ruin your fucking life, completely try to make you do bad shit and whatever, or put you in a mental institution or a prison or worse, or never be found again. So what's stopping you to go full blast on them? That's the way I feel about it.
Right. Share your evidence publicly. Share what you have with other people, but make sure you're doing it by facts, that you're
Right.
not making it up, and supporting false allegations and fake weapon systems. I mean, not all the weapon systems are there. I mean, there are weapon systems that you don't even know about called the Oriole or the Hurricane or the Rapier, the Ranger, the Ghost. I mean, those are just drones and weapon systems, targeting acquisition systems. You have so many laser acoustic imaging, optical angular momentum, Mobius strips, Gaussian beams.
I've never
There
heard of
is
any of this.
exactly. And you don't know the technology from the weapon systems that are being used on you. And knowing that has a 10 times better with equipment and shielding. You know how to fight back properly. You could get investigative materials. And I think it's all needs to be helped. And I think that's where a lot of this misinformation, but they want disinformation. They want you to fight amongst yourselves. They want you to go and target other people inside of the community. Well, you're a perp. You don't believe this. Somebody told me, well, because I don't live in fear, I'm not a victim. I don't live in fear. I'm sorry. I don't follow the masses.
Me neither.
I don't. I've been military trained. I have 11 different, I've been trained in 11 different forms of martial arts. I mean, just because I'm big, obviously from the neck injuries, the emergency fusion on my neck that I had, I was given 3 months to live. Because my neck, because of the weapon systems, my neck was collapsing and shutting off my artery inside of my neck, and my oxygen levels to my brain dropped by to 36%.
Wow.
A
That's a
lot of people don't
squeezer.
know that. Yeah. And so I was only given 3 months to live. And I had to fight with the VA system. And as soon as I got out of the VA hospital and saw the neurosurgeon, he's like, you're having surgery next week. So that was over 6 months of surgery and physical therapy and things of that too. A lot of people don't know that was happening to me. So and then with the back injury too. So I'm going to sit there and fight It doesn't matter. You could call me whatever you want. Like I said beforehand, I'm not going to take your BS because I know who I am. I'm confident in myself. I know the work I do is factual, evidential. I provide forensic evidence for you and the court system, whether you realize it or not or support it. You could always go somewhere else. Please go somewhere else. Leave me alone. I
It
want
ain't
to
worth your time.
help. I want to help those fighters. I want to help those people succeed, like Rob and Autumn, and trying to help with the court system. Now, unfortunately, the lawyer wouldn't do. We could have suppressed evidence and got it kicked out, but his lawyer, he took a plea bargain while we were in the middle of investigating his case, so it didn't go anywhere. But that's what they try to do. They want you to take pleas. They want you inside the court systems. They want to control you. And it's not until you break out of that state of fear to get on that right path till you start having that confidence in yourself. Who cares if they call you a pedophile? Who cares if they call you a rapist? Is it true? No. Let that artificial intelligence, let that looping structure play out. Start manipulating it with your mind. Start controlling it. Because eventually you're going to hear them, the AI system go, you're a beautiful person. You're a wonderful person. You're so lovely. You're so nice. You can manipulate that artificial intelligence for those with artificial intelligence sequencing because it's all based off of learning and it goes off of your belief system. And it triggers those people to have those emotional feelings. So they think about it rotationally. And those are the victims that say, well, they repeat the same statement to me all the time. Right? There's 7 different features to that. If you think the color green or you see the color green, it could rotate and say, oh, I'm a drug addict. You smoked weed. I know you enjoy your grass or things like that, right? And you're like, I'm just looking at a green box. Even
They went to
colors,
overload with it.
right. And it triggers those 7 statements over and over again. And one person will say this statement. And then when they look at that green color again, that AI system will repeat a different statement. And that's what creates a looping construct. And then it goes back to the beginning and they start saying those same things. And then it loops back into the beginning of that system. It's all part of about the scripting inside of that program that is being used for the victims in order to hear that artificial intelligence. And so even colors can trigger a person, even sound waves, but you can manipulate those triggers. You create your own triggers by that view and perception. Now, some people are color associations. Some people are not color associated. Because they created that trigger, that thought process that everybody wearing an orange shirt is a bad guy. In reality, it's just Joe Schmo walking down the street trying to get to work because he missed the bus.
But I actually have seen at the beginning of this, like 2020, 2019, when it was really hot and heavy, they used all the same colored cars, hundreds and hundreds of this out in the middle of nowhere, and go into a store, everybody's wearing yellow, like everybody's wearing yellow, everybody's wearing gray, like you could see the ball caps were fake. I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Somebody was with me, witnessed the same thing I seen. I got it on video, and I'm like, they're like, holy shit, we got to get out of here. Like, I'm seeing what you're seeing, and I'm like, I'm telling you. I was like, and after that, after I picked up on what was going on, I'm like, that shit don't work on me no more. So it's something to freak me out and get me stuck on that shit, but it doesn't work.
But also some people, like some states, certain cars and colors of vehicles are sold more because of insurance costs. So you'll see 11 trucks in an area of the same make and model and same white trucks, maybe they're a trucking delivery service or trucking rental company, and it's 20 minutes down the road. So of course you're always going to see those types of trucks
Right.
following you. I mean, but certain colors and things like that, some are for trigger effects, some are real stalkers, but it's just, you can change your mind. You can start viewing it and say, I'm not going to be affected by this anymore. Is mind over matter.
Yep.
And you have to have that mind over matter, because we are working in the field of technology, and you need to overcome those and start manipulating that and start realizing that you can control it. They're entering your mind. They're synchronized to your body, producing those sounds, those tones, acoustics, voices into a person's head. So crap, I forgot where I was going with.
You said acoustic
But
sounds in somebody's head.
they're putting it into your head. So with that, even BCI technology or connecting through sensors into a phone, you can manipulate those constructs, and you could think more positive manner. You can even artificial intelligence portions of it, you could even start creating triggers in the AI system to a positive manner. So it's not always negative all the times. And then you hear that positivity. You could hold the tones out by paying attention to the pitches, the verbals, by moving an eyebrow. You can change the spot and the position of the weapon system because of the connection and internal organs of your body and how everything is connected. So if you raise your eyebrow, squint one eye, go up and down, if you move your jaw, if you smile, if you frown, if you could twitch your ears, if you could twitch your nose, your jaw side to side, if they're sexually assaulting you or hitting in a spot, practice, because you can manipulate the movement of their weapon system and change that spot to where you're being sexually assaulted. Yes, it will be in your stomach, but it's no longer raping you. It does take a lot of mind power in order to control and manipulating the system, but you have to use your brain. You have to use your mentality in order to manipulate those constructs that are being used. And knowing what those equipment, programs, scripts, weapon systems are that are being used on you is key in order to finding out how to control it and what you could do for investigative materials or collect that data along that time. And so I think it's very important to make sure, don't follow it, investigate it, and do your own research. Not everything that is used on one person is used in another. And the reason I don't give out a lot of information, I'm sorry, it's client privileged information. I work in forensics. I work in evidence. I cannot get out that information. Stop asking it for me. Stop telling everybody. I'm sorry. I release information that I can, when I can, and with permission. I have legal obligations for anybody that comes to me to protect their information and make sure that it's all secure so they can use it. And that's what I maintain. And so that's part of my job and stuff like that.
Excellent. That's that's a big slice of the pie for you. I mean, like, for what you're doing and everything, and then just people trying to run it to the ground. I'm like, I see post after post after post, and I'm speaking up, and I see other people speaking up like, geez, Jesus Christ, like, you people don't even show your faces. Like, you have no legal ramifications to even fucking come at her, because like you said, it's all protected. It's legal information. You just can't dish it out. People don't understand that shit, or they
Right.
don't want to hear it.
And they're following other, I mean, I've even been accused. Well, no wonder you're coming out. Hello, I've been busy with surgery.
Right.
I'm
They have no
sorry.
idea what you've been going through.
I am sorry. I took time out for myself in order for me to heal. I cannot take care of other people until I heal myself from my injuries.
Right.
And sometimes I have to step away and maintain that. So if you don't know the truth, all you are is hearing rumors. Listen to me right now, what I say. You may be mad at my words. You may be mad what I'm saying. You cannot support me. That is fine. That is your choice. That is your opinion. You are free to do what you want and choose, but don't destroy it for other people. Because you have no concept of what you're doing. And you want to believe in these patents. You want to believe in these other groups. Even things like the Cyber Shield, when David Rubel and being a pedophile and being arrested, he purposely changed his name in order to continue to sell to the public. And you're letting a pedophile control your network? I can't help you with that. I warned you. I tried. I gave you evidence of it. You didn't like that. You supported a pedophile and rapist. Go ahead, support a pedophile and rapist. I'm going to fight against a pedophile and rapist. I'm not going to support them. I'm not going to have my company associated with people who support pedophiles and rapists. That's what I'm fighting against. People who are electronically raping you, electronically raping Isabella. Dear God, she shouldn't have to do that. Any child shouldn't have to do that. And we all need to just stand up and just work together collectively, but that will never happen because there's too much control. There's too much in-house fighting. There's too many rumors. This person hates this person. Leave me out of it. I have work to do, people. And if you're going to come to my company and purposely waste my time, get a life. Go
Or they don't
support
have one. That's
go
yeah,
support your cause. Go
right.
support what you want to. Leave me alone so I can help the people who want the evidence that they need in order
But you know
to.
what it is? That it's part of the evil program. It's part of it, because they do not want
It's
the good to
opposition.
come out of it. They don't want exposure. They do not want it. That's why these people are protecting all these assholes, and then everything evil's running amok, because they don't want the goodness of it all. They don't want it to be stopped. There's too much people involved. There's too much money involved. There's too much power involved. And then
Right.
and people as humans, at the dark side of people, they don't give a fuck. They just rather run everything into the ground, because that's what the program is.
It's part of the paid opposition too. If you don't think there are trolls out there that
Oh
are
yeah.
purposely out there to defame and you're buddies with them, well, I'm sorry, you're probably misconstrued it. Like, but rumors is what kills aspect in in-house fighting, and it's just ridiculous. And that's where I step back from that. I need to separate myself. And I have a company and business and clients to protect. I have business associates I need to work with. I have advocacy programs that I work with in different forms of doctors that I'm trying to make alignments with so that person could get proper help and medical treatment. I mean, I talked to over 100 doctors at a conference in Orlando, talking to them about different products, what their products can do. People don't want to drink water. Drinking water is probably the best way to reduce attacks. And I know that doesn't sound like it, but they're purposely dehydrating you with weapon systems in order to manipulate your bones, your muscles, your tissues, to force your body to move because you are dehydrated and able to get to that muscle tissue that's controlling your bones and to produce that forced speech. You are not drinking enough water.
Maybe that's why I drink nothing but water.
And there are 4 common features that I've identified in every single victim so far. Actually, there's 8 if you do the Havana syndrome. I'm going to hide those though, and I'll keep only the 4 to the public. I'm going to keep my proprietary information private at this time until I write public papers. I'm coming up with a curriculum and trying to introduce that into the school so we could have training certifications for the whole entire state. Dehydration, low salt, low sugar, and then red blood cells are lower than white blood cells, and there's a specific reason for that. But I'll keep that proprietary information too as well, with normal red cell blood count production.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So those 4 things, every single victim, it's not Rh negative blood. Yes, there are specific research projects on that. There's also medical research projects on people who are autistic, drug delivery systems, nanotechnology. There are tumors. People have tumors or cancer research projects. So everybody could be manipulated through the medical fields and the pharmaceutical companies and the human experimentation products, but that's mainly key in almost every, well, that I've done testing for and even sent people out. And you could go to your medical doctor, your primary care physician, and you could say, hey, I want a blood test. I want a heavy metals and I want a vitamin deficiency test. And you could see what type of results that come up with for you. Do you test for lead? Do you test for aluminum? Do you test for vitamin 2 deficiencies, or C or D, right? Not everybody has vitamin. Most people are deficient in vitamin C and D. And that's because we're all locked into our offices now. We're all locked into working positions where they keep us away from the sun. That solar energy that is supposed to rejuvenate our bodies, rejuvenate our minds and our soul, and give us that energy for production. We're not meant to be trapped inside of a building for 40 hours a week. So most vitamin C and D, or sorry, that's vitamin D with the sun. Vitamin C is like your orange or calcium and things of that nature, because we don't get enough of that. There's just certain aspects on that. And everybody tries different organic materials. They all try to detox, but you're not having that project done to you. That detox isn't going to work. It may work for one person, but it's not going to work for another. And I think that's where a lot of this going back and forth. Well, she said this, he said this, I believe this, you're my friend. Well, now you're a perp come into play. You don't believe what I do. I believe situations like that are misconstrued because they don't know they're targeting. They can't prove it. So they follow that disinformation. But in reality, one thing for one person, I mean, even with the VA analyzer, I've had a lot of people tell me it works perfectly for them. I've only had about 5 people that I helped say, well, this won't work for you. And I've said that to them. This is not going to work for you. You're not on this type of network. This is not going to help you one bit. Doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Sometimes it does. It could limit it It could reduce it maybe only 10%, maybe only 20%. But that means we got to find something that will, or investigate your situation, or even do a consultation, so you could learn what will help you out. So you don't waste your money spending on product, on product, on product, on product, and product from other people.
And then you don't even need the shit. You're just blowing money.
Right. Save tens of $1,000s on equipment. So it's hard. It really is hard. And even with like thermal examinations, I know I'm really behind. I know a lot of people are pissed off for that. Well, that's because they take me 3 months to write. I'm sorry. With the amount of research, like, do any of you guys know what a laser induced plume is? That's one of the weapon systems that are being done on people, or at least one of the persons that I'm doing writing the report for. I have to measure, I have to identify. I don't take 4 photos, attach it into a report, and say there's some heat anomalies.
Yeah, it's kind of vague.
Yeah, I write 350-page papers that are scientifically sound, factual, and can be verified and validated inside of a court system. That takes a while. And I know a lot of people are hardship, and I know, I apologize, but with my emergency surgery on my neck and my back surgery, these are things that I also needed to take care of too. I would have been dead in 3 weeks or in 3 months. If that doctor, and if I didn't finally get help from the VA hospital was trying to kill me. I had to get a congressional order that was signed by Marco Rubio,
Wow.
who's now part of the State Department,
Mm-hmm.
in order to get x-rays.
That's ridiculous. You had to go the extremes to do that. That is,
exactly. I should not had to do that at all. And I had to get congressional orders to get proper help. And I had to keep opening up that case in order for me to get, but it wasn't, I had to take that time away in order to do that, in order to get me the proper help, so I'm not dead in 3 months. Does that make sense?
Yes. But the timing of it was like how they do it. It's crazy.
And it's timing, and I can't help that timing either. I'm helping victims. I'm getting attacked as well, because I'm helping so many. You don't think your criminals come after me? You don't think that because I don't release that much information for you, that they're not going to come after me? You have perpetrators too. The less the criminals know, the better. You can't announce certain things and certain evidence, so they don't have control and they have no knowledge of it.
I always let it be a surprise of some sort. I'm sure you do too. They didn't expect to see it coming. There's your curveball, guys, because they expect, and then they go by like a guess, like what you're going to do next or whatever. But if you're unpredictable with it, then they don't know what to do. You throw a wrench in the shit.
Right. And
they
some
can
things
assume.
They make assumptions.
Mm-hmm. This is prediction, like it's based on everything. We can psychoanalyze it. This is what he's probably going to do, or she's probably going to do. Well, you're wrong. We don't know what to do next because they just did a 180 that was completely off.
Right, and that's the hardship. And I'm not going to say that. I can't say that. I can't release it. Okay. Let's go a different avenue.
Right.
But it's sometimes you have to step aside, like I said, and then take care of yourself in order to help other people. It doesn't mean I'm not ignoring you. You need to come to me, email me about your problems. If you have a question, I am upfront with people. I'm honest with people. I will tell you the truth. Am I going to give you all my information? No, don't ask for it. I need this. I'm not going to give it to you. Do you have a warrant? I'm sorry. It's clientele information. I'm not giving you other people's files because who are you to demand it from me?
And what's your intentions, first of all? Like,
Exactly.
why would somebody ask something like that? This would be my
out
question.
of the blue.
Right.
What authority do you have? You have the only person who has authority of me is God.
Amen.
And that is the only man I listen to.
Mine too.
So, try to demand stuff from me, you're bark off the wrong tree. Go away. I don't want you. You're wasting time. And this is part of also purposely delaying things, because then I have to deal with emails. Then I have to worry about legal steps and procedures. Then I have to get my business lawyer involved in construction in order to do this aspect, to connect. You're wasting my time, and you're stopping me from getting those reports finished and completed, because now I have to worry about this on a legal side, and I have to take care of this, and you're wasting time with additional people. Stop it. You're only destroying yourselves. And
They don't
I
see
know
it like that.
no, they don't. And you could hate me. You can spread this around. You could share. And you know what? I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry from the bottom of my heart. I'm doing the best I can as one person. And I've provided so much evidence for other people so far. And I got 3 words for you. Get over it.
We're gonna have to. And it won't.
So,
Whew.
on that note, I should probably let you go. I do have to get up and kind of walk around and stretch again and things of that nature. So,
I feel it.
yeah, I do appreciate. This is why I support people like you, David.
Thank you.
People like David Atkins too,
I love
and
him. That's my dude, man.
right, and people like the Vine sisters and Millicent Black, like Dr. Black, and so many other victims and organizations that are out there. And I may not be on there because I'm being blocked, I'm being jammed, I'm not allowed. I was blackmailed to do podcasts and interviews on any of the shows anymore. I'm banned from certain sites like tievents.org. So yeah, they won't, none of those, because they're all targeted justice controlled. Every single one of those are targeted justice mainstream. So even people like The Chosen, I set up an appointment for an interview with her 3 months prior. And when it came up, I'm like, are we still on? It's this week. I have Tuesday available. I'll be here for the public. She's like, yeah, I'm not allowed to interview anymore because
Who is
she
The
joined.
Chosen? I don't think I've come across him. Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. I'm not familiar with that one.
It was a new one, but because they put it on tievents.org,
Let me write
the
that down.
person who
I've never heard of
controls that, Raquel,
EI
blacklisted
events.
me and told me I'm no longer on that website. So anybody on that platform, I'm not allowed to be interviewed on, and I'm blocked and blackmailed not to go on. So I think her show is called The Hope Chosen. It's been a long time ago, probably over like 6 months ago or a year or something like that. So it doesn't matter to me anymore.
I've been on a few too, and it doesn't matter to me anymore because it's the same thing. And then something happens, like Lionsgate Entertainment got a hold of me, Netflix got a hold of me, and then they send me to this one person, and then they magically vanish, and they don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like, whatever, dude. I was like, I'm shadow banned, so I get it for a reason. I'm not in this for a popularity contest or anybody.
Right.
I'm in here to expose shit and show people what's going on that's new to this, because I went through this as fucking horrifying, and I'm still going through it. Not to the degree when it first started, but I was ready to end it. But God pulled me out of it, and I didn't have no help from none of my family members for sure, or any of my good friends except for a few that I ain't allowed to talk to anymore, because I've gotten people sending messages to people that I know saying, like, if you mess with them or whatever, we're going to make their life a living hell. So I can't even talk to the people I grew up with. I had to let them know. They're like, hey, what the fuck? I'm like, hey, this is what it is, dude. I don't want this to happen to you.
Right. And I mean, how much information did I give out to you guys today who learned this different types of materials and stuff like that? I mean, I gave you information that on equipment alone and describe so many different things that nobody has a concept of
And
yet.
I guarantee you that there's going to be maybe 150 people in a month that's going to watch this or whatever. And then if
Right.
you put it with somebody that's involved, like TJ and other like organizations, it'll be all over the fucking place because they're taking money, they're doing the wrong
Right. I mean,
thing.
they made $3 million off of you. What have they done with that millions of dollars?
Right.
And I mean, they get for every membership, they get grant from.
Mm-hmm.
You are nothing but a paycheck from them. They don't even give back to the public. How many times in their newsletters have they called you stupid? They called you ignorant. They've called you dumb. They've called you are not a federal whistleblower. You work for the Department of Defense, but because you don't have a doctor behind your name, you are nothing to them.
Right. I've dealt with them for years and they hate me. I'm glad they do. And I tell everybody that's a main exposure deal because they're taking money. They're trying to set people up for the woo. Like, for an example, if you go on their website, I put it in a video, a couple videos to expose, like, go to the FEMA director's house or NSA director's house and give this pamphlet to their wives and tell them what's going on, and that'll stop your targeting. What the fucking, come on, man. Go to a CIA hangout bar in Texas and take pictures and start harassing them. That'll
Right.
stop it. What the fuck are you people doing? And then you
Well,
got
it's
Anna Toledo in
always
Washington
good.
like she's going to do something.
It's always good. Right. Give me money. Let me donate so I can move, so I could be closer for you. And
I
only
seen the
still
numbers on
support
that,
the same
and
people.
I think she had like 30 grand. Somebody they donated, like people pulling out of their pockets so she can go chill in Washington D.C. and have a blast on everybody's dime.
$3
It's
million
sickening, man.
a year off of it.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
what
don't
does
make
she
that.
need additional $30,000 for? Why don't you donate to people's causes that have petitions out there, like Deb Kate, who is having
Yeah.
financial issues, who has been out here giving out videos and things, or the Bind sisters who have developed that application, or people like my company. I'm a one-time person. You know how much I made?
You
Well,
could use that for everything
only,
else.
I charge so little. I've only made $1,000 in fees. Everything goes to equipment and my business and my company. I don't charge astronomical prices so I could help you out. People don't realize it. Oh, she's only in it for the money. No, I'm not.
If
I've
you was
been
in it for the money,
volunteering
you
my
would be
time with
balling
you
with it.
guys, right? I could go do that somewhere else. You want me out of the community, you want me shut down, fine. I will. I'll go out and make $200 an hour
Easily.
as a friend. I got offered to work for the US Army as a private bid contractor. I turned it down. It's not about the money, people. It's about the right and what they're doing to the American people and fighting for a cause. And it's not that I'm spreading false information. If you come to me and say, hey, I want to prove this, and I prove you wrong, well, you didn't do this. Well, you didn't do that. No, this is the facts. Just because
It's not
I
what you wanted to
proved
hear.
I proved that your system is not hacked. I proved that they're not tampering with you. You don't like it. I'm doing my job and evidence. If I find that evidence, I submit that evidence. I don't fake reports. I need to validate that stuff inside of a court system. They need other experts to come in and validate my work in a court system, to use it inside the court. And my work has been validated by other experts. Experts, not the community. They are not my power and authority. So I'm sorry. I
That's good.
probably shouldn't be talking about this. It's personal information and people really shouldn't. But I can't do it anymore. It's hard for me to sit there and realize that I've helped the community and volunteered my time. It's so painful and hurtful to see. And you think I'm dumb because I see these posts, I see these statements that are being made. But you know what? I'm going to be the bigger person and I'm not going to retaliate. I'm going to let you guys talk amongst yourself, do what you guys need to do. I'm not going to focus on that anymore. I have to start taking care of my business, my company, and
And
making sure that
yourself.
it grows to be successful. I have 2 patents already. I'm working on a 3rd. I don't need your permission or approval. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean, people need to hear this because it's never heard, because it's clogged the lines with other shit and people warring with each other. Like you said, he's a perp, they're a perp. I've heard that. Remember I sent you that thing where I got invited into a group chat, and then it was because I was telling these people about targeted justice because they wanted to know. And the next thing I know, I'm getting nailed as soon as I get in there by like 15 people that I'm like, oh shit, I don't know who that is. I
Yeah,
remember who
I
that was.
remember
And then they're
that.
like, you're a Nazi because you support conservative. I was like, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about yet. You said something about
10
ICE and then you went
minutes.
off the
It
left field
wasn't
with
even
me.
time. Like it wasn't even an hour. It was within 5 minutes or 10 minutes that everybody just came in and started attacking you left, right, and sideways. I remember that.
And then now they're like, okay, maybe he was right. And it's all crickets. Like whenever shit goes down like that, it's crickets. But like they're trying to put me on blast. You're a perp. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot, dude. I was like, I wouldn't even waste my time listening to you in the first place. Like, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And then to call me a Nazi, I'm like, we're not doing this left and right
Right.
shit, man. It's
I've been
not. That
called a
shit's over with.
racist. I've been called a racist. Yeah.
Me too.
I'm like 75% of my customers are Black.
I'm a member of the Sons of Confederate Veterans because one of my grandfathers is in the Civil War and honorably discharged. Does that make me a racist? No, it's a heritage
No,
group. People can't wrap their fucking head around that. There's colored people in that group. It has nothing to do with
right.
that. It's just like, you're a piece of shit because you got a Confederate flag. Whatever, dude. It's part of my heritage. We're from the South. That's what we did.
Right. I've been called a Yankee before because I was born in Illinois. Oh, you're a damn Yankee. By an 80-year-old man. I'm like, what's a Yankee? I was like 11.
Anything up above the Mason-Dixon line. But that's neither here nor there. We're Americans, we're Christians, we're cut from the same cloth, we're human beings. That's what people need to realize. And this is an evil program, and we all have to fight it. But there's a thin line with us with everybody else in this because they want popularity, they want money. There are people that are profiting off our suffering. There's people like that chick, that blonde chick. What the hell is her name on Facebook? She's like 100,000 subscribers. I made a couple of videos about her. Lisa Legg. I've seen videos with her sniffing herself, doing lines. I'm like, and you people are just blind and oblivious. Keep giving her money. I'm telling you, stop giving these people money. What the fuck is wrong with you? You got people with GoFundMe's that are just going nuts, man. It's insane. But I'm an asshole because I exposed that shit.
Yeah, and you get retaliated against, and they don't want people to be successful. And that's part of the targeting systems as well. You could only do so much, but you have to push through. You have to keep going. You have to keep fighting. And I believe that shows audacity or not audacity, that shows commitment to yourself and other people, to the cause. And what I do is completely different, but it's not the norm. And people don't like normal. I'm sorry, I'm thinking I stepped outside of your box and your comfort zone. I'm going to be over here while you guys do this over here. I totally support you guys over here, but I'm going to do this. I need to follow my path. And I'm sorry if you are offended by that. I'm sorry if you like it. I'm just sorry. And I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah, this
but
shit ain't
that's
easy.
probably what it's not easy. No, I don't make $3 million a day. You realize if I had 300 or if I had 3 million, how many people I could hire, how many data centers I've already, equipment for you guys, how much stuff that I could have been created massively, how much I could have helped victims inside of the court systems and people all over this whole entire world. It's hard to do that when everything I go, like I said, $1,500 here for renewal of my license, $700 here for more training and certifications for my equipment, $6,000 here for taking a test and examination. Everything I do, I pay from what I make goes back into the company, and I don't make a single dime. But I did that on purpose in order to help you guys out, to keep my prices low. Yeah, you may see it increase like $10 here or $20 here, but I have to because of inflation. Because our government controls that technology and they want it out of hands of the
Right.
American people.
That's something we shouldn't even have, according to them.
Right.
Oh, you got Autumn and I think Travis want to come back in, but we're about to bounce out, I think.
Yeah,
I'm tired. I know you are too, and you're in pain too.
I gotta get up again and start walking around again.
All
So, if there are comments and concerns, just know that I do love you all. I do care for you. And I'm gonna be here to continue to fight for you. Right now, I'm kind of stepping back, taking care of myself on a physical aspect, healing from my surgeries and stuff like that, and taking care of what I need to do in order to continue the work that I do for the American people and for people overseas as well. So
you people lay off her and let her rest for a while. She needs it, and she will continue doing her work, but give her time. Quit hounding
right,
her.
like I can't sit on a computer for 3 hours. It's too painful still. And
I'm
it's
sorry.
only I mean, if you I got up, I
Oh yeah,
stretched.
you did. You did.
But it's only been a month since surgery. And usually
Wow.
healing takes like 6 months,
Oh yeah.
you know, and
You're a
I'm still
trooper.
doing physical therapy. So I think it's important to do all of that, so forth. And you know what? I'm not going to worry anymore. I'm starting to get back to work on a normal basis and start working again, but I do limit myself. That way I can heal properly, because I'm not even supposed to be lifting anything more than 10 pounds. I can't pick things off the ground yet. I'm having a ramp built because my leg is completely numb from the surgery. So I have to fix that too as well. So before, if I become permanently disabled. So I have to start also as a company owner, get putting into a position where I could get somebody else to do that type of work for me and hire employees. I've already hired one employee to help. Um, but I need to do that because I may not be able to walk again. So it's all going to take time. I'm sure it'll come back and stuff. It's just going to take time. And we'll see what the future holds. So I want to say God bless everyone. I want to say thank you. And I do appreciate you, David, for having me
Appreciate you
on,
too.
flaring up
Thank
the
you.
air,
It's an honor.
talking about some of the rumors and things that it's been kind of heavy on my chest. And it's because they don't know what I've been going through or experiencing or dealing with these last couple of months that I just dropped out of nowhere. Well, I
Right.
was been prepping for surgery, prepping for help, trying to get things done through the VA system, getting appointments here, waiting a month, doing appointment here, waiting 2 weeks, getting CT scans and trying to get everything resolved. you know? So eventually I'll be full blown and back into work and stuff like that. Um,
Just take it easy in the meantime. I mean, it'll be here. It ain't going nowhere.
I can't overexert myself.
Right. And make it worse.
Otherwise, it will cause permanent damage too. So it's all part of a healing process. And I know it hurts and I know it takes time. But I have my faith in God. You know, he's my stronghold. He's my anchor. He's the person that I go to when I have problems and hardships. And I'm going to get a little emotional, you know, because he is my provider. He is my strength and he is my light. He is the one that guides me in the right direction to do the things that I know. And it's putting my faith in him and knowing that I am one of his soldiers or warriors placed in order to help the people in this world.
That's the way I look at it too. Exactly how you look at it. And I pray every day more than I ever have in the last 10 years. Like I've been close, but not as close as I am now. And I see his works in my life, and I don't ask for myself. I ask for other people. He already knows what we want. You know what I mean? We don't have to tell him, but he blesses me when I see it through other people and everything I ask for. So I know my faith is straight. Yours is too. So we ain't got nothing to worry about.
Right.
Just keep doing what we're doing.
Right.
I love it.
And it's through that strength that we keep moving forward and we keep fighting the good fight because we're fighting evil. And we've talked about some of the evil stuff that people have done today with their trafficking operations and murder rooms and torture chambers and all these other stuff. So keep your faith, people. Don't let these criminals take it away from you because that's what they want. They want you to denounce God. They want you to have that depression state, and you have to fight for your life every single angle you can. So make sure that you do that to protect your heart, your soul, your mind, your mentality to be able to succeed and successful.
Amen. For sure. Well, I know you want to get out, go walk around. I got to go to climb in my casket and go to sleep. I'm the midnight guy.
Well, have fun with your casket.
I will.
Hopefully you got some form of bear for you.
Oh, not today. Amy, it's been a pleasure as always. God bless you. You're a wonderful soul. I mean, you're blessed anyway. I mean, you're gonna get even more blessed when we go meet the big man, and he's gonna put your white robe on for you.
Oh yeah, I pray to him every single day. At least turn on some Christian music while I work, and sometimes I'm stuck, and it's like all of a sudden it's answered because I'm praying to God, and I'm like, "Thank you, Lord Jesus, Amen." So
make me tingle.
Praise to that. Sometimes takes time. Oh, I feel stupid. It's all the work it's all learning, and new technology comes out every day. You have to keep up with that technology, especially
I'm gonna have to get a foot on that.
Yeah. So, well, thank you very much, David, and I hope you have a beautiful nap and that you're not attacked or anything. And I want to say thank you so much.
I pray before I go to
bless.
sleep too. God bless you too. You have a good day. Good weekend.
You too.
All right.
Thanks. God bless.
Bye, everybody.